A concerted effort to preserve our heritage is a vital link to cultural, educational, inspirational, aesthetic, and economic legacies, all the things that quite literally make us who we are. Namaskar, I am Lakshita Kandpal, your MC for the day. Following our very Indian belief of Atithi Devo Bhava, I extend a very warm welcome to all the prestigious dignitaries present here with us. Virasat, celebrating indigenous arts and roadmap for creative economy, is a first of its kind initiative by an industry chamber, Federation of Indian Chambers of Economic and of Commerce and Industry, is a platform that works with leading corporates and also provides a platform to small and medium enterprises working at cluster level to showcase their skills and arts. India is known for its rich culture and heritage. Each region of India has had its own unique art form representing cultural significance and history. The broad objective of Virasat is to commence a new alignment and exchange of ideas across all stakeholders who shape the Indian creative ecosystem to build towards a collective dream of cultural excellence. Today's one-day physical event at FICCI, New Delhi spans a tight agenda of select, meaningful sessions followed by 3 indigenous art workshops by award-winning folk artists of our nation. With that, I request Mr. Sanjoy Roy, Co-Chair, FICCI Creative Industries Committee and Managing Director, Teamwork Arts, to kindly grace the stage and shed more light on the context of Virasat 2022.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, Secretary Mr. Swain, on behalf of the Director General, Dr. Jyotsna Suri, and the committee members of FICCI's Creative Economy Sector. We welcome you all here today for this wonderful occasion. Sir, 2 saal ke liye, we've been all stuck because of COVID. 2 saal ke liye, the arts and cultural sector has been hugely impacted, but we are now back and we're very excited to have the occasion to be able to present India in the best light. जैसे आप लोगों को पता है कि India is going to take on the presidentship of the G20 from the 1st of December. और यहीं पे I think there's a huge opportunity to be able to showcase the very best of India's syncretic and diverse culture. सर शायद आपको पता नहीं है पर जो कल्चर की जो इम्पैक्ट है ऑन द इकोनॉमी आप यूएस देखिए या यूके देखिए यूएस में ये सेक्टर कंट्रीब्यूट्स $113 बिलियन ऑफ एडिशनल रेवेन्यू इनटू न्यूयॉर्क सिटी सर लंदन में इट्स अबाउट 105 बिलियन पाउंड्स ऑफ एडिशनल कंट्रीब्यूशन टू लंदन्स इकोनॉमी अगर आप दुर्गा पूजा देखिए या गणेश चतुर्थी देखिए the kind of impact it has across sectors, not just in the cultural space, but literally across every possible, whether it's retail, food, entertainment, transport, hotel, it impacts every area. Our chair, Dr. Jyotsna Suri, hamara ye, we are very keen that we work together, tourism and culture comes together with heritage to be able to leverage every village, every city, every district in the country. I think this is a huge opportunity. People like Sanjeev are here who've been working in places like Kurukshetra to create new opportunities in museums and heritage places. And this is something that we need to do everywhere. Sir, hamara ye darkhas hai ki both your ministries, whether it's water, etc., use the cultural work and the traditions that we have, yahan tak ki you can spread the message of everything that you need, whether it's from the puppetry tradition or the folk art tradition, or through performances or through film, we can get the message across of one India, one people. Thank you all so much for being here. We have so many of you who've come from different parts of the country. We'd really like to acknowledge, thank you Bipin from coming all the way from Ahmedabad, Asad from Bombay, and of course Rituji from representing the craft space, Aditya Arya who's representing the collective, the possibility that private and public partnership can work today. Museo camera which is now based in Gurgaon, शायद आप लोग ने देखा होगा. मंत्री आप प्लीज जाके वो म्यूजियम कैमरा को देखिएगा. It's such a fantastic showcase of the best traditions of public private partnership. Secretary Saab, आपको please, I hope Aditya is going to be able to invite you and take you there. Again, these are the MSME projects that need to be supported. One thing that I would like to end by saying that जो tourism or cultural sector है, we really come under the MSME sector. These are small scale and medium scale organizations working. और sir, ये है कि in built, when you're creating anything that's built industry, जो $1 million की जो investment होती है, you create 9 to 11 jobs. जो हमारी इंडस्ट्री, सर्विस इंडस्ट्री, एंटरटेनमेंट इंडस्ट्री है, for every $1 million of investment, sir, you create 99 to 111 jobs. तो ये है हमारी sunshine sector. हम चाहते हैं कि that we work together with government in every possible way to walk the talk. And most importantly, just to remind you that we are here to be able to work together and ensure that the best of India gets propagated not just in India but across the world. So thank you all so much for being here. I'm going to invite our chair, Dr. Jyotsna Suri, to say a few words, and then of course we'll hear from the Minister and Secretary. Thank you.
It's okay. It's all right. I thank you so much, Sanjoy. मंत्री जी, आपका बहुत-बहुत स्वागत. बीबी स्वैन जी, आपका भी बहुत स्वागत. संजय, अरुण, कॉलीग्स, आप सब लोग जो यहाँ आए हुए हैं, सबका बहुत-बहुत स्वागत आज सुबह हमारे साथ शामिल होने का. जैसे कि संजय ने बताया है कि ये क्रिएटिव इंडस्ट्री जो है ये कंट्रीब्यूट करती है काफ़ी ग्लोबल जीडीपी में. 3.2% is the figure I have. और जॉब्स भी बहुत क्रिएट करती है. ये भी आपको संजय ने बताया कि फॉर एवरी मिलियन वी क्रिएट सो मेनी मोर जॉब्स दैन नॉर्मल अदर इंडस्ट्रीज डू. यहाँ पे 15 मिलियन जॉब्स आएंगे अगर हम अपनी यूथ को देखें तो ये जो जॉब्स हैं दे आर केटरिंग टू पीपल फ्रॉम 15 to 29 years old. And that's the segment that we really need to employ and deploy fruitfully so that the country's economy grows and grows. हमारा फिकी में प्रयास रहा है कि टूरिज़म को और कल्चर को एक साथ जोड़ें. हालांकि दो डिफरेंट वर्टिकल्स हैं, लेकिन we believe that tourism and culture go hand in hand. और ये प्रयास हम बहुत देर से कर रहे हैं एंड हमारी काफ़ी इसमें सक्सेस भी हुआ है. और जैसे संजय ने बताया कि हम लोग किस तरह से अपने आप को पिछले 2 साल में कितनी स्टिफ सिचुएशन में से निकले हैं, क्योंकि हमारी इंडस्ट्री, क्रिएटिव इंडस्ट्री तो बिल्कुल स्टैंड स्टिल में आ गई थी. और यही हालत हमारी टूरिज़म मिनिस्ट्री का भी था और हमारे होटल्स भी एकदम से खाली हो चुके थे. बट हम लोग फिर वापस रिजुविनेट हो रहे हैं और वापस आ रहे हैं एंड सब लोग अगर मिल के करेंगे तो ज़रूर इस इंडस्ट्री को फिर वही ओहदा मिलेगा जो पहले मिला था. आप सब लोगों का आने का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. और मंत्री जी, आपके लिए दोबारा से मेरा नमस्कार. आप यहाँ पे टूरिज़म मिनिस्टर की हैसियत में कई दफ़ा आए थे फ़िकी में और हमारी मिनिस्ट्री को आपने बहुत ही प्रोत्साहित किया. हम लोगों को बहुत ही आपसे प्रोत्साहन मिला. थैंक यू ऑल सो मच फॉर कमिंग. नमस्कार.
Thank you so much, ma'am. May I please request Dr. Jyotsna Suri, past president, FICCI, chairperson, FICCI Tourism and Creative Industries Committee and CMD, the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group, to kindly felicitate Shri Prahlad Singh Patel, Honorable Minister of State for Food Processing Industries and Jal Shakti, Government of India. I kindly request Jyotsna ma'am to also felicitate Shri B.B. Swain, Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Mr. Sanjay Roy again to please take ahead the conference.
Thank you so much. It's our great privilege on behalf of the Committee of the Creative, or FICCI's Creative Sector Group, to invite Shri Prahlad Singh Patel, Honorable Minister of Food, Processing Industries and Jal Shakti, Government of India, to do the keynote address. Mantri ji, please. Oh, okay. Come. Sorry. I'm going to first invite Shri B.B. Swain, Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India, to say a few opening comments for the conference.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Honorable Minister of State, Government of India, Manya Sri Prahlad Singh Patel ji, Srimati Jyotsna Suri, Sri Sanjay Roy, Sri Arun Chawla ji, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to participate in Virasat, which celebrates indigenous arts and aims towards setting of the roadmap for creative economy. My congratulations to FICCI and the partner state Odisha for this excellent initiative. FICCI has been in the forefront of generating awareness among MSMEs regarding initiatives taken by the Government of India and for providing valuable inputs to the government, which can lead to providing an enabling environment for the promotion and development of MSMEs. Stakeholders present here will agree with me that we have traversed a long way. The registration which we started in the middle of pandemic for registering formally the MSMEs today has reached a figure of 1.20 crore, and we obviously know that there is a long way ahead. At this point of time, I would also request FICCI to encourage its members, particularly in the cultural space. As Mr. Roy very clearly specified, there is a lot of enterprise in the cultural space, and we feel that formalization and credit, these are directly related. This is one of the major ambitions of the ministry for formalization and ensuring affordable credit. My request to FICCI, which has of course contributed and helped us quite a long in many things on the registration thing, also to encourage the enterprises which are today operating in the cultural space. The MSME sector during the COVID-19 pandemic showed tremendous resilience and has bounced back. Needless to say, the resilience was fortified by the relentless endeavor of the MSMEs, coupled with crucial policy changes implemented by the government. Policy changes spread across various sectors, from broadening the scope of the MSME sector to enhancing the ease of doing business, from making the existing guidelines and also new schemes to make them more inclusive, and for providing various options of financing, including equity support, to strengthening market access. Recently, the sector as a whole has welcomed a major relief with respect to change of categories from micro, small to medium, which MSMEs have been demanding for long. Last month, based on stakeholder demands, we have taken a crucial decision to extend non-tax benefits for 3 years instead of 1 year to all MSMEs, whose categorization have changed upwards. I would also like to brief the authorities of FICCI that this was one of the proposals of FICCI incidentally. FICCI and CI, they had come with that non-tax benefits should be the scope should be enlarged, and you'll be happy to note that this is what government has recently done. You must have noticed that the Ministry of MSMEs and the Office of DC MSME, along with its field offices, are involved in constant dialogue with all stakeholders. Theme-based consultations with various stakeholders are definitely helping us to address in a focused manner issues of importance like delayed payments, which Mr. Roy just spoke to me about, providing affordable credit, rolling out RAMP, organizing hackathons, providing for technological upgradation, skilling, training, and the much needed convergence with schemes and programs of other ministries and departments and those of the state governments. In this context, our initiative of Udyam Shakti provides a platform for such a convergence. We, along with all the stakeholders, are working for a competitive, vibrant, and responsible MSME sector of tomorrow, which will give a new identity of Indian business and Indian products and services at the global level. We are striving towards sound policy formulation and effective policy implementation, which are based on stakeholder inputs and their feedback. In this context, events like today become all the more important and meaningful. Today's events, which has fascinating subjects like culture and creative economics, branding of India's soft power, MICE tourism and festivals, and workshops, sessions on Fard, Pattachitra, and Wadli paintings would put the main subject of creative economy in the correct perspective. There are many enterprises in this sector, and we will be happy to understand the issues in this sector and work towards effective policy making. In the recent past, our interventions have been multi-pronged and pioneering. These have included introduction of equity support through the Self-Reliant India Fund, launch of innovative idea hackathons, launch of zero effect, zero defect, launch of capacity buildings for the first-time exporters, and focused Udyam campaigns. Conferring of National MSME Awards by Honorable Prime Minister during the Udyami Bharat program in June 22 was encouraging for the micro, small and medium enterprises and was a recognition of the importance of entrepreneurship. We remain committed to working towards promotion and development of MSMEs. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Secretary. एक ही हमारा दरखास्त था कि if you could please look at including the creative industry and entertainment sector in the MSME thing so we can also benefit from some of the MSME benefits.
I think in some way or the other they are already included, but I'll give you the formal comment.
Thank you so much. The Minister.
यहाँ पर उपस्थित भारत सरकार के सचिव श्री बेबी स्वाई जी, माननीय डॉक्टर ज्योत्सना सूरी जी, अरुण चावला जी, संजय राय जी, उपस्थित सभी मित्रों, हम सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि इसी वर्ष के अंत में हमको G20 की अध्यक्षता का उत्तरदायित्व मिलने वाला है और पूरे वर्ष भर एक अवसर होगा कि दुनिया के चुनिंदा देशों के प्रतिनिधि हमारे बीच में लगातार होंगे। भारत सरकार में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में जो रोड मैप बनाया है उसमें सिर्फ राजधानी नहीं बल्कि देश का कोई भी राज्य ऐसा नहीं है जो इस कार्यक्रम से अछूता रह जाए और एक अवसर है पूरी इंडस्ट्री के लिए और भारत के लिए। सेक्टर चाहे कल्चर का हो चाहे टूरिज्म का हो, एक शब्द महत्वपूर्ण होता है विरासत। विरासत इतनी बड़ी चीज़ है जो बिना शांति और समृद्धि के मूर्त रूप नहीं लेती, और उसी का परिणाम है कि हमारी चाहे मूर्त और अमूर्त दोनों चीज़ों को चोरी करके दुनिया ले गई, बड़ी कीमत पर ले गई। लेकिन जो दुनिया में चल रहा है उससे साफ लगता है कि वो बेशकीमती चीज़ें हमारे पास थी, इसलिए लोगों ने कीमत देकर या चोरी करके उनको अपने पास रखने की कोशिश की। और अभी वर्तमान में जो दुनिया की परिस्थिति है कोरोना के बाद, हम सिर्फ एकमात्र ऐसे देश हैं जो शांति की बात कर रहे हैं। युद्ध और तनाव के बीच में हमको अपना रास्ता तय करना, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि ये बेहतर अवसर है, क्योंकि जब मैं ये बात कहता हूँ कि विरासत मूर्त रूप तब लेती है जब आर्थिक रूप से समृद्ध हो और आपके यहाँ शांति हो, तभी संभव है। और शायद हमारे मनीषियों ने, हमारे पुरखों ने इस बात को ज़्यादा बेहतर ढंग से समझा, इसलिए वो आध्यात्मिकता की भी बात करते रहे और शांति की बात भी करते रहे। सामर्थ्य के मामले में हमारी मंशा हमेशा से वैसे ही रही है जैसे हम आज हैं। हम अभी भी कहते हैं कि दुनिया एक परिवार है और वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का मंत्र हम अपने साथ लेकर चलते हैं। लेकिन 2-3 बातें हैं जो अभी वर्तमान के दौर में हम जब अपनी प्राथमिकताएं तय करते हैं, हम आंकड़ा अमेरिका का दें या अन्य किसी देश का दें, मुझे इस आंकड़े से तकलीफ नहीं है। रोजगार के अवसर स्वाभाविक तरीके से मुझे भी इस मंत्रालय में काम करने का मौका मिला है, और वो दौर सबसे कठिन दौर था। शायद इससे कठिन दौर आने वाले समय में भी कभी आने वाला नहीं है। और इसलिए हम जानते हैं कि यहाँ पर अगर कोई पैसा इन्वेस्ट होगा तो उसका लाभ रोजगार की दृष्टि से भी होगा, देश के और समाज के सबके लिए होगा, इंडस्ट्री को भी उसका लाभ होगा। लेकिन क्या हम फर्क कर सकते हैं, क्या इस बात को हम देख सकते हैं कि जो भी पर्यटक भारत आता है वो हमारी अच्छी सड़कें और हमारे अच्छे होटल देखने नहीं आता, वो देखने के लिए आता है विरासत को। ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है कि हम उसको बेहतर सुविधा प्रदान करें ताकि वो यहाँ से अच्छा संदेश लेकर जाए। इसे सड़क अच्छी होना, होटल अच्छी होना, होटल में जो काम करने वाले लोग हैं उनका रिसेप्शन किस आधार पर होता है, वो कैसे उनको रिसीव करते हैं, ये चीज़ें वो यादगार के रूप में लेकर जाता है। मूलतः देखने तो वो विरासत के लिए आता है। हम जब कभी दुनिया में जिनके पास में जो चीज़ें वो अपनी विरासत मानते हैं, हम अपनी विरासत मानते हैं। अगर फ़र्क है तो वो जीवंतता का है। अगर कोई बाहर जाता है तो वो अपनी नदी की स्वच्छता के बारे में हमको दिखाता है कि ये स्वच्छता है, लेकिन हम ऐसा नहीं करते। हमारे साथ में कोई ना कोई विरासत के साथ या तो कहानी जुड़ी है या परंपराएं जुड़ी हैं, उसके पीछे एक बड़ा मकसद है। मैं नर्मदा का परिक्रमावासी हूँ। नर्मदा की एक बात दुनिया में नदी है जिसकी परिक्रमा होती है। स्वच्छता तो बहुत छोटा सवाल है जो हमारी जागरूकता के कारण बेहतर हो जाएगा। हम गलती करेंगे तो उसका नुकसान होगा। लेकिन किसी नदी की अगर परिक्रमा होती है तो उसके लॉजिक्स हैं, उसके कारण हैं, उसके तथ्य हैं। जो लोग ट्रैकिंग करने के लिए पहाड़ों पर जाते हैं, लेकिन हमारे पहाड़ सिर्फ ट्रैकिंग के लिए नहीं है, उनकी अपनी कहानियां हैं, उनके प्रति श्रद्धा है, उसके पीछे कोई ना कोई एक कारण है। तो वो जाकर ट्रैकिंग करने वाला ट्रैकिंग करेगा, हम उसको मना नहीं करते। लेकिन चीज़ें जो मूर्त रूप लेती हैं और जिन बातों को हम एहसास कराना चाहते हैं वो लेकर जाएं, यही बात शायद देश के प्रधानमंत्री चाहते हैं। और वो कहते हैं कि G20 के इस पूरे वर्ष भर के कार्यक्रमों में दुनिया का किसी भी देश का कोई प्रतिनिधि इस धरती पर आए तो वो भारतीय होकर वापस जाए, हमारी संस्कृति को समझे, हमारे खान पान को समझे। वो सभी राज्य सरकारों को भी ये बात कही गई है। और मुझे लगता है कि इंडस्ट्री के लिए, विभागीय तौर पर कल्चर और टूरिज्म मिनिस्ट्री के लिए इससे अच्छा स्वर्णिम काल नहीं हो सकता, जहाँ पूरी दुनिया अभी लगभग तनाव में है, अनिश्चितता में है। उस दृष्टि से हमको ये मौका मिलना, मुझे लगता है कि एक हमारा स्वर्णिम अवसर है। और इसलिए मैं मानता हूँ आप सभी लोग उसी क्षेत्र से जुड़े हुए मूर्धन्य लोग हैं। कोई क्राफ्ट में काम कर रहा होगा, कोई बाकी चीज़ों में काम कर रहा होगा। आपको ये तय करना होगा कि जैसे सेक्रेटरी महोदय ने कहा, हमें तय करना होगा कि अगर कोई किसी छोटे राज्य में G20 की बैठक होती है, वहीं का क्राफ्ट, वहीं का कल्चर, वहीं का नृत्य, वहीं का भोजन, ये सब कंपलसरी है, सरकार ने तय किया है। उसमें हम कितना कर सकते हैं, लेकिन जो सबसे अहम बात है कि हमको एक बार शायद फिर से इन दिनों में, इन 1 महीने या 2 महीने के भीतर, अगर होटल इंडस्ट्री के लोग हैं तो क्या हमें ज़रूरत पड़ेगी कि हम अपने कर्मचारियों को जो रिसेप्शंस पर होते हैं या बाकी होते हैं, उनको कुछ नए ढंग से उनको स्किल डेवलपमेंट देकर उनको बेहतर तरीके से अपग्रेड करें। क्योंकि जब हम पुलिस से ही अपेक्षा करते हैं कि हम उसे भी ट्रेंड करें, आम आदमी से भी अपेक्षा करते हैं कि अगर दुनिया का कोई भी देश का अतिथि हमारे दरवाजे पर आएगा तो सिर्फ वो ये लेकर नहीं जाएगा, वो हमारे बर्ताव को लेकर भी जाएगा कि हमारा बर्ताव कैसा है उसके साथ में, वो आम आदमी हो। और विशेषकर चूँकि डेलीगेट्स को होटल्स में ही रहना है, बाकी समय पर वो छोटे किसी स्थानों पर भ्रमण करने के लिए जाएंगे। ये चीज़ें हैं जिनको हमें सामूहिक तौर पर जिम्मेदारी के तौर पर लेना होगा। फिक्की एक बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है और आप सारे सेक्टर्स में काम करते हैं, और इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि ये अवसर, जैसे मैं स्वर्णिम अवसर मानता हूँ हम सब के लिए, देशवासियों के लिए, उसमें काम करने वाले संगठन, फिक्की जैसे संगठन हो, हमारे मंत्रालय में काम करने वाले लोग हों या अन्य सेक्टर से जुड़े हुए लोग हों, हम एक बेहतर गुलदस्ता की तरह प्रस्तुत होंगे तो शायद इससे बेहतर अवसर हमको नहीं मिलेगा। हमने विपरीत परिस्थितियों में भी उपलब्धियां नहीं की हैं, ऐसा हम कह नहीं सकते। मैं मानता हूं कि हमने पर्याप्त मात्रा में सफलता अर्जित की है। जब मैं टूरिज्म मिनिस्टर था उस समय कोरोना था, लेकिन हमारे सारे रिजर्व फॉरेस्ट, टाइगर प्रोजेक्ट वो सेचुरेशन पर थे। जितने भी हमारे हिमालयन स्टेट्स थे वो बेहतर स्थिति में थे, लेकिन जितने मैदानी जहाँ पर हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है वो पूरी तरह से ख़त्म था। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि चीज़ें सब कुछ एक सी घटती है। हमने कोरोना में जो किया वो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के इस मंत्र को साकार रूप देता है कि जब हम दुनिया दवाई की मांग कर रही थी तो हम ताकतवर अमेरिका को भी दे रहे थे और ज़रूरतमंद ब्राज़ील को भी दे रहे थे, लेकिन भारत के अलावा दुनिया का कोई देश ऐसा नहीं था जो दूसरे की मदद कर सके। ये हमारी विरासत है, ये हमारा कल्चर है कि साहब हम सामने कोई भूखा आएगा और मेरे पास भी वो पर्याप्त भोजन नहीं है, लेकिन मैं आधा उसको दूंगा, आधे से मैं अपना काम चलाऊंगा। ये चीज़ आसान नहीं है, कहना बहुत आसान है। और इसलिए जो स्लोगन है G20 का वो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम है, और इसलिए हमारे काम करने के तरीके में वो विरासत का भाव, वो संस्कृति का भाव दिखे। मुझे लगता है यही अपेक्षा सरकार की भी है, प्रधानमंत्री जी की है, और ये अपेक्षा देश की भी है, और ये हमारी विरासत की भी है कि जो अतिथि हमारे बीच में आएंगे वो हमसे जो लेकर जाएंगे वो भारतीयता की विरासत की वो ताकत लेकर जाएंगे। और निश्चित रूप से मैं नहीं मानता कि हम किसी दुनिया में किसी दूसरे देशों से कम सुविधा रखने वाले लोग हैं। हम बेहतर लोग हैं, ये मैं भरोसा करता हूँ, मैं विश्वास करता हूँ, और यही शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ कि आपकी जो भूमिका होगी वो एक बेहतरीन भूमिका होगी, जिससे देश का भी नाम होगा और संगठन का भी नाम होगा। यही अपेक्षा करते हुए मैं अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Honorable Minister along with all the dignitaries to please come up in front of the stage for the felicitation of our folk artists. First up, I invite Mr. Kalyan Joshi, Fud painting artist, to please come near the stage.
Which only hires autistic people.
Next up, I invite Mr. Anil Wanger, a Worli painting artist, to kindly come up near the stage. Moving ahead, may I now request Mr. Prashant Maharana, a Pattachitra painting artist, to please come up on the stage. I request all the artists to please come up for a group picture with the dignitaries. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Mr. Suresh Goyal, former DG ICCR, for the vote of thanks of the inaugural session. I now request Mr. Suresh Goyal, former...
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for this faux pas that our commentator was making. Let me, Shri Prahlad Singh Patel, Honorable Minister for State, Food Processing Industries and Jal Shakti, Government of India, Shri B.B. Swain, Secretary, Ministry of MSME, Government of India, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. सबसे पहले मैं फिक्की की ओर से श्री प्रहलाद सिंह पटेल माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री फूड प्रोसेसिंग और जल शक्ति को हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि उन्होंने यहां आकर इस कार्यक्रम की शोभा बढ़ाई। मंत्री महोदय, आपकी इंडिजिनस आर्ट्स एंड क्रिएटिव इकोनॉमी को बढ़ावा देने वाली विजन को हमको बहुत इनकरेज किया और हम सब स्टेक होल्डर्स को इस कार्य से अपने प्रयासों को दुगना करने की प्रेरणा देंगे। आपका अनेक धन्यवाद। Extremely grateful to Shri B.B. Swain, Secretary MSME also, for joining us. Thank you so much for your vision on how MSMEs can benefit from participating in the creative economy. Ladies and gentlemen, India is known for its rich and diverse cultural heritage and tradition with an extensive opportunity for cultural tourism. The charm of its enchanting folk arts and crafts and marvelous painting styles across regions has tremendous scope to contribute significantly to the creative economy. इस पोटेंशियल को विशेष रूप से G20 कंट्रीज ने एक्नॉलेज किया है कि कल्चर contributes across public policy spectrum in forging more sustainable societies and economies. Stronger synergies between culture and education to develop new skill sets for the learners and adapt to fast evolving labor market were also advocated by these countries. In an increasingly interdependent world, we must include cultural diplomacy as a core component of external relations. Ladies and gentlemen, इस फोरम की महत्वता बनती है participation of all stakeholders, government, scholars, media, civil society, and enterprises from tourism and creative economy. And I thank all of you for your presence. Let me specifically thank Dr. Jyotsna Suri, past President FICCI, Chairperson FICCI Tourism and Creative Industries Committee and CMD, the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group. Also Mr. Sanjoy Roy, Co-Chair of FICCI Creative Industries Committee and Managing Director, Teamwork Arts, for their presence today and constant support. I am grateful to our partner, Department of Tourism, Government of Odisha, for supporting this initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, FICCI का मानना है कि कल्चर और टूरिज्म का बहुत पोटेंशियल है to contribute to economy, employment and skill development. And I urge all the stakeholders of tourism and creative industries to take the necessary steps for projecting our rich heritage, culture and tourism prospects to the global forums. In the sessions that follow, हम focus करेंगे विस्तार में about various policy measures, schemes and infrastructure created for the growth and sustenance of the cultural and tourism industries in India. These sessions will be followed by 3 indigenous art workshops by award-winning folk artists of our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, let me thank my friends from the media for their presence and covering the event. Thank you everyone for your participation, and I wish the program a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Please stay connected with us for the second session. May I please request everyone to retake their seats so that we can proceed with the first panel discussion. We will now proceed with our first panel discussion on culture and creative economics. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Asad Lalji, SVP, SR Group and CEO, Avid Learning. The eminent panelists for the discussion are Srimati Lily Pandya, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Culture, Government of India; Ms. Ritu Sethi, Founder, Craft Revival Trust; Mr. Anubhav Nath, Director, Ojas Art; Mr. Sharda Gautam, Zonal Head North, Tata Trusts; and Mr. Karthik Gaggar, Founder, Rooftop. I kindly request Mr. Asad Lalji to please felicitate Srimati Lily Pandya. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Srimati Lily Pandya, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, for her address.
Okay. Is that so? Oh, all right. So may I begin then, straight away? Good morning, everyone. The global arts and culture industry accounts for 3.1% of the global GDP and 6.2% of all employment. And therefore, these are crucial drivers of sustainable development and critical actors in the resilience, rejuvenation, and creation of economies and societies. Now, thus says the UNCTAD report, The Creative Economy Outlook of 2022. On this note, I would like to extend my warm greetings to the distinguished panelists with whom I am privileged to share the stage today, all the participants of this very critical dialogue, and I would also extend my gratefulness to FICCI for having me here today to participate in this critical dialogue on indigenous art and the roadmap for cultural industries and creative economy. Now, in this era of rapid globalization, creative industries are built on three crucial pillars of culture, commerce, and collaboration. With a massive potential for providing a very unique identity to our nation, to India, in the community of nations on a global platform. Now, India's cultural and creative sector is one of the most important sources of employment, and it also generates spillovers for the larger economic activities. Now, besides the economic impact, very obvious economic impacts, it also influences other sectors, from supporting health and well-being, holistic living, to promoting social inclusion and creation of social capital. So I would also like to share with you, as I was telling the panel moderator earlier, that some of the key priorities that India has taken up. As all of us are aware, coming December, on the 1st of December, India shall become the president of G20. And culture track is a new track, but this is the third time that we shall be having the culture track working group meetings, and Ministry of Culture would be anchoring it. And the priorities, some of the important priorities that we have taken up under India's culture track also include advancement of indigenous knowledge systems, promotion of culture industries and creative economy, and leveraging technology for both preservation as well as promotion of culture. So these are some of the important ingredients of this conversation that we are just going to have, and I'm very agog to listen to my co-panelists and all of you. Now, so India's promotion of these themes in its G20 track is going to promote global cooperation on culture industries and creative economy, and also anchor it firmly in the international policy agenda. Now, culture and creative industries, now intrinsic to culture industries and creative economy are two things, traditional culture and indigenous knowledge systems. And they are predicated on a symbiotic relation with nature, on a reverence for nature and natural resources, and not exploitation of natural resources. And therefore, they are very holistic. Our approach to these sectors is very, very holistic, promoting social inclusion and also, building of social capital. They are ecocentric, and therefore promoting the larger concept of culture for life. This bank, this repository of knowledge is also extremely crucial to the practice of India's circular economy, which is something that has been going on, which is almost a civilizational heritage for us, an ongoing living system of the way we live our lives, the way we deal with the natural resources, and how we take it forward, how we plan our march forward with the resources that we have. The government is also strongly committed to mainstreaming creative industries by utilizing the full potential of Industrial Revolution 4.0 and the complete incorporation of our diverse and indigenous creative industry in the very core of creative economy is extremely, extremely important. And therefore, we recognize the need to strengthen and reinforce and redesign policies with following consideration: treating culture as an economic and social investment with a potential for very high returns and dividend, integration of culture in a range of policies to create a level playing field for culture practitioners and creative professionals in terms of access to employment, to innovation, to infrastructure, and also to business support measures. Improving internationally comparable statistics and evidence based on the scale, scope, and impacts of culture and creative sector as both drivers of economic growth, but also of social well-being, of holistic living, of social inclusion and sustainability. Building capacity of national and local governments to interpose culture in their developmental strategies, to align them with their SDG goals. Promoting the concept of fair culture, where access to cultural goods and services is not restricted by any means due to one's age or gender or ethnicity, cultural affiliation, geography, race, so on and forth. And here, I must also talk about India's participation, very active participation in Mundia Cult, which was organized just last month, or just over a month ago in Mexico City. This was the largest this was the largest gathering of ministers of culture, where 135 ministers of culture participated in Mexico City, and this was being held after 40 years. And this very significant conference concluded with the iconic declaration of culture as the global public good. And India also made an intervention. I was very happy to be a participant in Mundia Cult. We also made an intervention in the theme of strengthening and redesigning cultural policies beyond the UN 2030 agenda. We also promoted the cause of treating culture as a separate SDG goal, goal number 18, beyond the 2030 agenda. And this reaffirms our commitment towards establishing culture at the very heart of international policy dialogue. And I would like to conclude my opening remarks by quoting from John Newbegin, who said that where oil was the primary fuel for 20th century economy, creativity, which I would like to think of as a renewable, sustainable, and a limitless resource, is the fuel for the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pandey, for those opening remarks. I think I'm a little now speechless because that was half my questions I had asked for you. But that said,
No
thank
questions
you.
for me now.
Thank you, Vicky and Vikash and the team for inviting me here and for planning such a robust conference. I'm sure we're all excited to see what the rest of the day pans out. I have also made some opening remarks, but after that, it might just pale in comparison, but I'm going to go with it. But thank you for, and welcome to Culture and Creative Economics. In 2019, at the 74th session of the UN General Assembly, the year 2021 was declared as the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. It recognizes the urgent need to provide sustained and inclusive economic growth, foster innovation, provide opportunities, benefits, and empowerment for workforces engaged in the creative economy. It highlights the importance of creative industry both in the cultural and the commercial terms. The creative economy of India represents our cultural tradition in the true sense, products made with the help of simple indigenous tools by craftspeople who belong within the strong fabric of our tradition, aesthetics, and artistry. In addition to that, they play a central role in the inclusive economic development. Economist Jayanti Ghosh talks about how India is the 8th largest exporter of creative goods in the world, 3rd largest in the developing after China and Hong Kong, with exports of 17 billion. What is interesting to see that most visible sectors, Bollywood, is only a part of this and continues to become less important. In recent years, for example, India has become an important player in the gaming industry. Handlooms and handicrafts have been the backbone of India's rural economy for decades. It's the 2nd largest employment generator after agriculture by providing key means of livelihood to close to 200 million people. There are 3,000 craft forms with artisans spread across the country. With a wide range of craft skills and number of artisans in this country, India has the potential to make this sector a multi-billion-dollar industry. Handicrafts exports reached 3.5 billion in 2019-20. Then the pandemic struck us and things took a turn for the worse. Ficki's Taking the Temperature report helped us understand how creative industries were affected by COVID-19. The craft artisans were worst hit, totally deprived of livelihood with no income sources. The course of the pandemic has seen the emergence of technology and innovation, especially in the media and the entertainment sector. Digital mediums have transformed passive consumers into active producers, with India boasting a large number of creators. As the artists and artisans are adjusting to the new normal, the culture and the creative industry are the beacons of hope, driving the next wave of growth. And on this positive note, I'm going to go back to Ms. Pandey and ask her a question, because the questions I prepared for her, she's already answered, so I'm going back to the G20, which is what I was most intrigued by. Sorry, bear with me for a second.
I thought you'd give others an opportunity to give
Out
their
of
opening
out of
remarks,
respect,
then-
out of respect, I'll may get reprimanded for that. So we've all heard of it in the morning, India's presidency for the G20 for the culture track. The G20 Secretariat has been set up by the Ministry of Culture. This provides a fantastic opportunity for India to shape the global agenda on culture across multiple streams and engagement areas. So, Ms. Pandey, please share some. I know it's early in the day. You all have probably just submitted your proposals. Could you just share what you'll have in plan, and how do the rest of us who are actively involved in the cultural ecosystem can contribute and help in this area?
Oh, thank you. Now, the second part of the question is of great importance and significance, because all of us, it is everybody's opportunity to put creative and culture industries and creative economy to the fore from a very Indian perspective. And this is what our presidency is going to afford us. Now, first of all, something about the culture track in G20 itself. This is a very, very new track. And ours is going to be just the third presidency, which is going to be anchoring the culture track working group meetings and the ministerial meeting. Now, earlier, prior to this, we had Indonesia, and prior to that, we had Italy, through whom we had the Rome Declaration, which was also extremely significant. So ours is just the third presidency. So we have had the crucial learnings from the experiences of the two prior presidencies, and our presidency comes in the context of the 75 years of our independence, and we are celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Like the Prime Minister said, this is the Amrit Kal for us. So it is our moment in time to actually articulate the priorities of our nation, number one. Number two, we take over from Indonesia, and our successors who are going to be joining the Troika on the 1st of December is going to be Brazil. So this is also the moment for the global South. So it is extremely significant. So these two factors make it extremely important for us to bring up issues and priorities and articulate them in the manner that our voices are heard and our priorities are established firmly in the global agenda. Now, all the other tracks, most of the other tracks of G20 are old tracks, okay, where there is a lot of debate, a lot of discussion, and a lot of experience, but culture is new. So we want, I reach out, I implore to all the stakeholders and all the people participating here today and through FICCI to a much wider array of stakeholders in this field to come up and tell us how to articulate our priorities. Right now, we are at the level where we say, I already mentioned in my opening remarks that we have tried to articulate 4 priorities. I do not know if it would be slightly premature for me to tell you up front, but some of the important themes relate to promotion of culture industries and creative economy, leveraging technology to preserve and promote cultural goods and services. It is extremely significant because G20, as we all know, comprises 2/3 of world population, 85% of world's GDP, and around 70% of world's trade. So this provides us a very good platform to showcase what we have, to also learn from the experiences and the best practices of other G20 countries in order to, because more exposure, more knowledge, of indigenous, knowledge systems and cultural practices, traditional cultural practices, not just of India, but also others, would reinforce and also strengthen our own methods and give us an exposure to drive up demand. So it is extremely significant. Now, these are some of the things that we are going to be talking about. And like I said, I really appreciated the second part of the question. I request all of you to weigh in, and through FICCI, perhaps we can have a series of webinars on each of these subjects and come out with policy papers which can then inform our stance in the successive meetings. There'll be 4 working group meetings of the culture track over the period of next 8 months. And so this will be a period of a lot of dialogue, a lot of ferment, and a lot of very important policy making at the level of G20. So
thank you.
This is where we are.
Thank you, Ms. Pandey, for those opening remarks and my answer. And I'm just going to be on record volunteering the Royal Opera House in Mumbai, which is India's only surviving opera house and UNESCO award winner, to be one of the sites and be part of some of those.
Thank you. UNESCO is our knowledge partner.
Yeah, I know, that's
for
that's why I plugged it in.
culture track. So, thank you.
All right. Now I shall. Ritu Sethi is the founder trustee of the Craft Revival Trust and is doing some wonderful work in the space. I mean, you've been championing the crafts people for more than 2 decades. Please share some of your opening remarks and insights on the sector. And also, I mean, the elephant in the room, how has things been since pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, and now? Do we see some light at the end of the tunnel?
Well, Asad, first of all, big thank you. And I'm delighted that Lily, sorry, it is on actually.
It's on.
I'm delighted with what Lily has said because I'm going to answer both your questions but separately. And while all of us know everything about the crafts, and the term heritage and tradition is always associated with crafts, but I also want to add that this is a sector that is actually just waiting to become even more future ready than it is. Yes, heritage and tradition, but I'm just going to highlight a few facts. The first is that there are over 10,000 export houses in India that work with the arts and crafts. In each of these facts that I'm giving, I exclude carpets, I exclude khadi and village industries, and I exclude gems and jewelry. So that in itself is huge, but we don't have the figures for those. So 10,000 export houses, USD 3.5 billion, as you already said, in 2019-20. Again, excludes carpets, gems and jewelry, etc. Huge cohort of designers, boutiques, chain stores who are engaged with this sector on a daily basis. The next aspect is something that Lily also talked about, livelihood and employment. Figures ranging from 11 million to 200 million. And again, not including KVIC, which itself in its last report said that they had 15 million under that they had counted. Then 1 million skills. My goodness, where in the world will you get 1 million skills? In the MSME, there are over 1.20 crore registered under this sector, out of which 54% are craft-based. Another huge figure. This sector has a footprint that covers the Ministry of Textiles, the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Tourism, MSME, Tribal Affairs, Women, Rural Development. I mean, it just goes on and on the list. The typologies cover from clay to gold, every conceivable fiber, wood to metal, and I'm not going to go on this list also. And most critically, for our future, 11 of the 17 SDGs. Yes, this sector suffered greatly because it is so widely spread, it is dispersed across the length and breadth of the country. Hard to reach, hard to access, but it is future ready. We are ready for innovation, for being part of the culture and creative industry, and I hope you're going to ask me for some recommendations because I'm very keen to state them in front of Lily because I know she's a mover and a shaker. And it will find, there will be, yes, exactly, it will find traction. So I'm going to stop here because I have other colleagues like Sharda and others who will speak and probably add to what I've said. So,
thank you,
Ms.
Sethi. Now, the next question is for Mr. Sharda Gautam, who heads crafts at Tata Trust. Hi.
But now I'm part of the North Zone.
Oh Lord, I didn't get that.
From the crafts to a different area of work. That's I'm looking after North Zone implementation. So we have programs around agriculture, health, nutrition, and education.
Okay.
In the North Zone that I look after. But before that, yeah, I used to be the head of crafts.
you may have to excuse my question is about your previous role, about Antaran. It's a crafts-based livelihood program that was instituted to usher key changes in the development of the crafts sector. Could you share some of the key learnings and highlights of this program, and how has it helped shape traditional handloom practices in India?
Thank you for this question. Antaran is very close to my heart, so even though I have moved internally to a new role, Antaran still reverberates very strongly. In terms of one key learning that we have been able to witness very closely, and which we had initially supported and piloted through Somaya Kala Vidyalaya Kala Raksha and later on through the Handloom School, was when you build the capacities of the artisans to speak to markets directly, that's when the best returns to the artisans come in. And for enabling their capacities in this direction, there are 4 key pillars that we have observed works very well. One, basic education around business, which we call as barefoot business management education. Second is around design, because traditionally the thinking has been that you send designers to the clusters and they would develop the designs and artisans would translate it on the loom, which essentially means handing out the designs. Whereas when NIDs and NIFs of the world were not there, it was the artisans who were designing the product. So if you build their design capability so that art and science both can come together when they're developing the products, they would be able to develop products which are suitable for the 21st century markets. Third is the communication techniques, because markets have moved beyond their local geographies and the customer is no longer residing within their 5 or 10 kilometer periphery, so that the regional language cannot support. So they need to come out and look at languages which their current customer speaks of. And language is not just important for communicating, but it's also a very important tool to understand what your customer needs are. And that's how you'll be able to develop the newer set of products. And fourth and most important, what Lily ji just mentioned, the Industry 4 technology that's making sure that WhatsApp and Instagram and making use of Excel for doing their costings and making use of PowerPoints for developing their lookbooks becomes part and parcel of their learning. So this is what we have experimented in 6 weaving clusters of the country. 2 of them were in Odisha, 1 in Andhra Pradesh, 2 in Assam and 1 in Nagaland. So very diverse geography. So therefore the understanding and experiences that we are drawing and that I'm sharing today are quite diverse. And one very vivid experience that comes to my mind since you mentioned COVID was we had one artisan called Vekuvolu from Nagaland. She was from Yoruba cluster. And during pandemic, when pandemic struck, before that we were taking sessions on using digital mediums to communicate with buyers. She was very reluctant. And when the pandemic struck in and then there was no other option left, on one of the WhatsApp groups, she sent me, "Sir, ye nahi hoga mujhse, mujhe ye nahi karna hai. If I'll do this, who will do weaving for me?" So I said, if you continue doing weaving and someone else communicates on your behalf, he or she will take care of the real value of your work. So then she thought for a while, then she sent me a message, okay, I'm going to buy an earphone and I'm going to insert that earphone whenever the calls come in while I'll keep weaving. And I'm very happy to share that Veku, who was a mother of 4 children, was selling vegetables, although she had such a golden skill in her hand, now does a business of about 7 lakhs a year, which is considerably beautiful considering the difficult geography that is there in Assam. And she's not the exceptional case. Maniaman, which has been one of the most promising clusters in Odisha, is a partner state. Maniaman is in Odisha. Akula Charan Nandi, I witnessed him since 2017. Right now he's at 36 lakhs of annual revenue. So there are artisans who were considered to be as majdoors in their cluster. Their clusters were lesser known. So when we took up these clusters were lesser known clusters. We deliberately did not take up Maheshwar, Chanderi, Pochampally. We took up clusters which were lesser known, dying very silently, nobody noticing about them. And there we did this experiment so that on a clean slate when we try and observe what works and what doesn't work, and these 4 pillars clearly stand out, which have helped artisans in a big way.
Right. Thank you for those comments. Anubhav is the curatorial director of Ojas, a gallery with an innovative approach to Indian art. Anubhav, you've been working in the niche space of, as you told me, recognizing fine arts in a much larger craft space. Some of the common constraints for the industry have been lack of education. I mean, we've heard all this, capital, low exposure to technology. In your experience, what are the major challenges for the fine arts sector that you are grappling with?
Thanks, Asad. So, firstly, the sector that I'm working with, it's a very small slice of the entire bigger craft sector that my colleagues like Ritu, Sethi are working in. So, I don't have sexy numbers and sexy figures to offer They're not billions of dollars. They're not like 200 million people. What we have is probably a handful of 10 to 20 artists. But these 10 to 20 artists are the artists who are a part of creating a creative legacy. To give you an idea, there are the young Varli artists we work with very closely, Mayur and Tushar Vaida, who were invited to the Asia Pacific Trinale as mainstream participating artists. And they were selected by a whole host of curators, and their entire collection that they created for their participation was acquired by the Queensland Museum in Australia for their permanent collection. So that is something that's going to be there forever, where we work with artists like Bhaju Sham, who is also a Padma Shri awardee, and at the same time his work is being shown in various museums across the world. So the challenges that I have personally, is that I often find myself to be a lone trooper in this space, because there are not many other galleries who are seriously looking at these groups of artists as fine artists. There's a lot of work and a lot of grants and support that is given in terms of artisans and craftspeople and for running clusters. But when we just talk about somewhere where we can just work with very few artists, it's very difficult to find support from any groups. So that is one of the biggest challenges. So we are an art gallery, a mainstream art gallery, trying to mainstream the works of these artists and recognize them for the talent that they have. And also our aim is to often juxtapose their works with mainstream contemporary artists, so that the whole tag of tribal artist or indigenous artist is not important. They are recognized as artists. So that's one of the challenges that we have. And then other than that, every forum I always speak about GST and why is it that we are still having to pay 12% GST on the tribal arts. I think 12% is very high for this category. So this is something that needs to be really looked into. And recently I was doing some research and it was pointed out to me that a particular tribe, the Saura tribe, so the Saura art is exempted from GST, to the best of my knowledge. I may be, there's some, there's a technicality to it, because then you have to prove that it is a Saura painting requires a whole other gamut of paperwork. But anyway, but the Saura paintings are exempted from GST. So if that is there, why cannot it be extended to the other tribal art forms and the indigenous art forms? We have a case there that, it is Saura's exempted. So let's even get Gond, Madhubani, and all the other art forms into that same list, right? Because then the other thing that I want to talk about is, the government of India and the various ministries recognize Shilp Gurus annually through the Ministry of Textile, and a number of artists are given the Padma Awards as well. That's been a regular practice over the last few decades. But we still do not have Shilpagrams, where these Shilpa Gurus can practice, and there can be a soft knowledge of there can be a transfer of soft knowledge, and which becomes a grounds for mentorship. So this is something that the ministries or the government needs, the state governments need to probably adopt or look into, where they set up these Shilpagrams, where a lot of this soft knowledge may be transferred. And the Guru Shishya Parampara is a very Indian tradition, so that is something we can continue with. And also these Shilpagrams will automatically become clusters where there is a lot of creativity going on. Tourism attraction could be another possibility. There's so many things that could come out of this if we were to go ahead with this. And fine arts is always a slow burn. And that's making you smile, Asad. So I know that you know what I'm talking about, so you relate to that. So fine arts is a slow burn, so it's an investment for the very long run, but the kind of returns that this investment will give is unparalleled, and it's a name that we will create and a legacy that other countries will follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Anubhav. And last but not the least, Karthik. Karthik is a chartered accountant by education who's creating a unique space and experiences for art lovers and artists through Rooftop. So Karthik, tell us about Rooftop and Rajasthan Studios. Why did you start it? What is it doing? And how are you asked me to talk about this, how you're curating experiences for artists, not just for selling products, but experiences for them. So, and thank you for supporting this conference also.
Thank you, Asad. First of all, it's a great honor to actually share a stage with such great names and, representing brands. I think it's wonderful. What Lily ma'am and Ritu ma'am said, with some statistics, I think talking about G20 and talking about the importance, the numbers are so heavy. India is actually the best place for culture economy. And I think today, one statistic which I've been working for last almost 5 years is our current generation. Our current generation involves millennials and Gen Z. They are not looking for your traditional culture activities. They are looking for something more experiential. They are looking not for products. They are looking for activities where they can connect to the stories. They can connect to the real history of India. They can connect to the basis of why and how the culture or particular art forms from different parts have been carrying for so many decades and years and centuries. My role at Rajasthan Studio and Rooftop has been very interesting. So 8 years of consulting background, and this is something which I was always inclined. Very simple reason. I got exposure to travel in college, and I think that completely changed. And then that was the time when I was looking for terminologies like experiential learning, interest-based connections. And I think passion and interest, if you connect them, I think we're talking about a great, great world. Took 250 experiences around 15, 16 countries after saving some money after my job. And Rajasthan excited me while traveling. And this is all data which very crowdsourced. You're uploading stories on Instagram and Twitter, and you get feedback. Are ye kaise kiya, ribbon kaise banaya? I want to see more. And I think 3 years back in Rajasthan, my entire job, my role is basically connecting to artists in parts across the country. And what I feel is that today when you connect with an artist for 2 hours and you understand and you ask them as a friend, you actually understand the kind of art and the kind of lineage they are carrying. Today, millennials and Gen Z, they want to connect. They want to, and they are ready to pay. So I think that what excited me, and we started in Rajasthan. Today, the whole idea was to get a community first, because I'm not an artist, so I will never be able to think from an artist's mind. So today we are a community of more than 3,000 artists. We're working on 135 art forms, and from Rajasthan Studio, being a travel niche company, imagine what's the best way you go to a place, what's the best way to kind of connect with the local culture. So imagine a passionate artist, someone who's been doing for decades, and in the travel-friendly time, believe me, we are Indians, we want to make the most use of our time. You're going to Jaipur for 2 days, you want to make use of that time. In 3 hours, if you can take, say, something like a Meenakari workshop. Now, Jaipur is the hub of jewelry. You might get, jewels worth like hundreds to crores, I don't know. But in that 2 hours, if you can go and connect with someone like Jaswant Meenakar, who's been doing for decades, and you can create your own, gemstone, like a earring, and in that 3 hours, and you come back home as a souvenir, I think you have a story for a lifetime. That story, the way you carry it, you're sharing not the artist ka journey, you're not only sharing the artist ka environment, but it's just, I think that's the start. And I think that's what we've been doing. Pandemic hit us very hard. But because of this entire artist community which we built in like 1 year at Rajasthan Studio, it helped us leverage. And I think today we are the leading company in the virtual experiences space, working with corporates, B2C and everything. So that's about it. That's how it all started.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'm going to ask you more about this a little later. According to a Brand Equity Foundation report, says official sources estimates that India is home to 7 million artists. However, data unofficially shows that there are as high as 200 million. The wide range of disparity in these numbers is due to the informal and unorganized characteristic of this sector. So, Ms. Pandya, from a since a dominant share of people involved in the creative industries are engaged in informal work, and only a limited number are associated with the registered industry, how difficult is it for government programs to kind of reach these people?
Yeah, so like I had said, that one of the most important things to do, because a lot of artists are in the unorganized, informal sector, and they are unaccounted for. And the most informed and, really meaningful policy can be made only when you have these numbers and only when you know who are there involved in the sector. So it is important not only nationally but also internationally. This is something that the entire sector faces across the globe, to come to an understanding, a common understanding of what comprises cultural industries and creative sector. So a common definition first off, and also a methodology for, capturing the data here. We all know who these culture practitioners are, who these creative professionals are. But that is our common understanding of it. Once we also have the data, our policies will have that much more depth, that much more width, and that much more teeth. So.
Thank you for that. Ritu, I loved you said we have the industry is future ready. So what has been the seen or unseen impact on e-commerce at different levels in this industry? How successful has it been, eliminating the middleman? Even Mr. Gautam talked about it. Example, Amazon Karigar. That's just one example.
It is quite amazing
Your
how
mic.
craftspeople...
Just pull your...
Sorry. It's quite amazing that when Sharda gave the example, I would use the term that craftspeople were thrust into the digital age. They had no option. And we are fortunate that we have such an incredible digital footprint across our country, that we have the lowest rate of internet connectivity. So this great divide does not exist in this country, and we must recognize and acknowledge that anybody can be on WhatsApp, on Twitter, on, have a Facebook account. So this was the amazing change. People are posting their photographs, and the other amazing change was access to digital payment, from Paytm to Google Pay. I don't even know, it's such a long list. So yes, there have been horror stories, saman bheja, paisa nahi mila. On the other side also, I ordered it, I sent the money, I got nonsense. Yes, there is this, and this will always go on. But large numbers have benefited. And even more than them, the courier companies have benefited. And I wish the post office would get its act together, because how marvelous, they also have the lowest rates in the world. So, you can even cross that hurdle, and you will find a postcard reaches the smallest village. And when I travel, they say to me, courier mat bhejo, or post, say, chithi bhejo, because it reaches the smallest corner still. Am I right, Sharda? And Sharda works in the Northeast, so he will, I'm sure, agree with me on that. So there is change, and you can see that how adversity brings out the best. So we may see, they are not literate, they are in the village, they don't know this. But hey, they are getting there. They are connected not only within this country, but overseas.
Wonderful. Thank you. Sharda, access to working capital is a major challenge for craftspeople, and especially when women borrowers and micro entrepreneurs seem, deemed to be unfit to lend to. They get, as you mentioned also in the past, they get funding from informal credit sources, which often leads to defaulting of loans or, exploitative rates. How can the private sector aid and support artisans and craftspeople under the formal economy, especially women?
The approach that we adopted, Sad, was we looked at, when you work with smaller set of artisans, they are not looking at bulk production and holding the lot of inventory. So that's why it's very important that you begin with B2C clients for the artisans, particularly those who are at Karigar and Kalakar level. The ones who are at the Mazdoor levels, they would eventually will take more time to come out of this vicious circle of getting loan from the master weavers and the money lenders in the village. But the ones who are more creative, if you are able to connect them with right set of remunerative buyers who have the right sensitivity for the craft and understand why certain things may get delayed, but are equally passionate to teach the artisans so that they remain professional in their conduct, they lend in general, in our experience about 40 to 50% of the requirement that they have for one warp. So then it becomes easy for artisans to invest, but they're not investing for hundreds and 500s of saris, but they're investing for 8 or 12 saris, which they can easily weave in one warp. Buyer on the other side has comfort because they are also not putting in huge sum of money in one artisan. They also understand that they had certain degree of working relationship and comfort. So to begin with, I think the best route, particularly for women artisans in Northeast, I think almost 95 to 97% is women artisans in handlooms. It's almost 100%. The B2C route works very well for the artisans. Once they transcend and take up that journey to 2.5, 3 lakh, 4 lakh rupees of annual business, wherein they start saving and start adding more number of artisans within the fold of their enterprise, that's when B2B would start making inroads. So when we observed in Gopalpur cluster, there were some artisans who were at very, very low levels. Initially, they started off with B2C. They reached 3 or 4 lakhs of annual turnover. And then we connected them with formal lending institutions like SBI. So SBI was one of the biggest supporter on this front. And SBI, if I remember correctly, till the time I moved on to the new role, SBI had granted loan of about 20 lakhs to 5 artisans. So that's the kind of volume that has started coming. They realize that they'll be able to leverage 4 lakh rupees and then revolve it and then repay the loan to the bank and then reuse the funds. So that's how I think the credit cycle begins. But as Rituji mentioned, I think the digital transaction that has started coming in has also started building that credit worthiness of the artisans. Sure. So with B2C, when they let's say have the transaction over WhatsApp or Instagram and send the product and receive digital payment, the payment comes in their bank account, which is a B2C transaction. But that builds their credit worthiness, which helps the banks to see their credit history and then pay them money for their B2B transactions. So it will be a slow journey, but if we take a 3 to 5 year window, I think the results would be phenomenal.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Anubhav, access to art and cultural institutions enhances the livability of cities. We've done many smart city, art city conferences. A smart city called Met City, Model Economic Township, is being built in your backyard in Gurgaon by Reliance Industries. And you've been working, and this is a continuation to your earlier question, a 3-year-long engagement with rehabilitation of Tihar jail inmates. You've been in this space for a while, chipping away. How are you managing to move the needle, especially in this sector? Just now you did this very interesting program with Sarmaya, which is an online museum. So what are some of the programs that you're doing to push this? Because it's a difficult journey, but you've been doing it in different ways.
We have to, we work right at the grassroots level as well, meaning, when this was about 2014, so about 8-10 years back when I started looking at the indigenous arts in a serious way and wanted to do some sort of a representation in a very in a structured gallery way. And so to begin with, we did not even have access to data. It was very difficult to find these find the artists. So for that, we set up an Ojas Art Award where we are able to access the artists. We send researchers into the field who reach them and they make them apply for the award, and that's how we've created a pool of artists. Now from that pool, we've been able to also work with artists regularly who are able to then have shows with us, who are able to make works on commission for us, for the clients as well. So the question about the smart cities, again, that's another great area where the indigenous arts can be imbibed in the whole programming / planning of the smart city, where we can say that a percentage or a certain amount of the budget must go to the arts, of which a certain amount has to go to the indigenous arts. Right. So that would be something that would be very beneficial as well.
Karthik, you were you were in Prime Minister Modi, was part of your virtual conference on National Startup Day. You presented a plan of how India can make a difference as far as tourism goes. And you had given a 3-point recommendation. You want to tell us a little bit about that and tell us if there were any next steps after that?
Yes.
Talked about cultural tourism, right?
Yes. So 3 points I think we put out to recommendation. One was virtual tourism. Second was road travel in India. And the third is very unique, is having experiences tag, just the way we have GI tags, having experiences tag. For multiple reasons, let's divide this into 3 parts. One, the post-pandemic scenario. Obviously, it's a great opportunity also because you want the most affected, one of the most affected areas to kind of resume. Experiences tag works on a very GI tag model, wherein it gives you basically, there's a standardized approach to get authentic experiences. Now, the current the generation, they are all looking for experiences, and there's so much of social currency on the social media platforms which is created, and you're in a world of digital media where you have influencers, and there's so much of decision making based on that. Now, if you look at experiences, now whenever anyone travels, let's divide into 3 parts. One, you decide a place on multiple factors. On your basis of interest. So making travel more meaningful or purposeful, there are 2 angles to it. You will always choose a location or a destination. You will book your reservation, as in you will book your flight or your rail, and you might also go for your accommodation. But what you are going to do at that destination is something which you decide very closer, or in fact most of the time for almost 60-70% in India, people plan it on the day. So authenticity, we have so much to offer, and if we all come together and we have some standard measures, so I would not miss like eating locha in Surat, or doing that ghat aarti in Varanasi, or doing a yoga pose in Rishikesh, or taking like a Delhi walk in Delhi. So I think the whole idea was there. So that's about it.
Right. Thank you for that. We're running a little short of time, so I'm just going to quickly open it up to audience questions, and then we'll just come back to the panel to make closing remarks. Yes, madam?
Thank you for some very nice presentations. What Lily said was very encouraging. I hope most of this happens. And Anubhav's 2 comments I really liked. One about the Shilpagram, very good idea. We already have Crafts Museum. We have Anandgram by O.P. Jain. But the more, you can have as many as you like. And a superb idea from you is that the cess should be totally removed. This 12% should be totally removed.
The question,
yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. The question was actually, which any of you can answer really, particularly Sharda's, is how do you identify the craftspeople that you're working with? Because Crafts Museum already has, what Lily said, we don't have the database, but I think Crafts Museum already has, I worked there 35 years ago, we had started making the base then. How do you identify them?
How do we identify artisans, is that the question?
Yeah because we should have like, not zero down on just a few who get the benefit, no, from people like you. Yeah.
Right. So I think what we adopted as an approach in case of Antaran program was, we looked at different studies that NID and NIFT students as a part of their craft experience / internship that they do. So we looked at clusters that they went to, and we followed on the clusters which were commercially growing. We segregated the clusters which are commercially growing because they already had influx of designers and buyers in those clusters, and perhaps they were not in such hurried need of investment and intervention. And then we separated the clusters which were dying out slowly, wherein maybe some NID or NIFT intern had gone 15 years back or 12 years back and had observed that there has been a slow growth. So we took up those clusters. Second thing that we adopted as a filter was, given that the program was going to be for 5 years and there was significant amount of investment in terms of key human resources that were going to be placed in the village. So we placed a team of designers and business management professionals right in the village when we set up the incubation design centers. So significant amount of investment was going. So therefore, when we took up these clusters, we took up clusters which at least had 800 to 1000 artisans in a periphery of 10 to 12 kilometers, whatever is called as clusters, because cluster definition also varies from region to region. Third that we looked at was primarily it should be women, but in our experience, women do weave in the mainland other than the northeast also, but they do not get due credit that they are the women weavers. They often are assumed as the ancillary supporters. So that was the third criteria that we kept. And then apart from that, there were certain logistical support reasons that we looked at, whether 2G or 3G internet connectivity is there or not, because majority of our flux was going towards connecting the artisans to the buyers directly, and smartphone was going to be the tool for that. So that was one. And two, availability of courier or postal services in and around the village, so that artisans are able to meet the responses of the buyers. So those were the key criteria that we had kept.
Thank you. Anybody else wants to add to it? Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to ask Lily Pandya, is there any technology that the government is looking at? Because culture is an overarching umbrella. We've all come from different spaces, and at different times in our lives, we move from one to the other. So if I was in crafts, I'm moving to music, to culture and dance, but traditionally they're all in independent silos, and every single market, every single consumer today is looking for something fresh and new, which everybody is trying. People are putting together new curations, new conversations, new panels, new experiences. Everybody is doing, but they're all in different silos. And probably technology is the only thing that can bridge it. Is there something that the government is looking at or thinking that can all bridge? Because that's the need of the hour. That's how we can all learn from our own knowledges and share and collaborate.
And metaverse is not the answer.
Yes, I mean, I have a crafts platform, and I'm struggling to move from that in technology to other fields.
Let her answer. Sorry, we're getting back.
Let me understand the question first. So there is a lot of technology in different forms of artistic expression. But are you asking me that is the government sponsoring or looking at integrating all of these to come up with a package? That kind of a thing?
Does the government, I mean, I'm sure it knows, but understand that they cannot exist in silos. They are coming together slowly. Somebody who is in design is looking at travel and experience. Somebody who's looking in dance, music, literature, arts, poetry, conversations. They're kind of together in one larger. And we need a much larger technology policy, or there's something that enables entrepreneurs and larger companies to make it come together. If individually we start doing it, it's one, very expensive, and it will not reach to the right audiences at the same time, because consumers want the whole thing in one package deal. Package or experience?
Experience, yeah. So very difficult for me to talk to you about the larger technology policy, not my preserve, so I shall refrain from talking about it. But my experience in the Ministry of Culture and my experience in this field, I was looking after museums for a long time. Yes, there is a great deal of sensitivity towards an acknowledgement of the fact, like he was saying, Mr. Gaggar was saying, that people are looking for experience, and that you get only with the use of technology. So there is a greater amenability, there is a greater receptivity of technology in all our spheres of working, and especially when we try to give out curated experiences, cultural experiences in various art forms. Now in museums itself, I am also looking after the post of Director General, National Museum at the moment, and I invite you to see one gallery that we have created and which was opened only earlier this year. It's called Virtual Experiential Museum on Ajanta. So in a small scale, or for that matter, the whole of Prime Minister's Museum that has come up in Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, and I was also associated with the project, my luck. So these are very technology intensive museums, so technology intensive galleries. So there is, I can best say that this whole aspect of, of integrating technology in whatever we are doing and we are putting out there for the larger audiences, that is definitely there. Whether there is a policy in the making. I'm sure there is. But I would not be able to talk about it right now. So I hope I'm able to.
No, but I'll take a look at the
Can we take that out after? Sorry.
And there is just one more point. So just one more point. This is to address what Anubhav said about the creative cities. So India is the signatory of the UCCN Convention of Creative Cities Convention of UNESCO, which Ritu and I are trying to push very hard. So we've had a lot of inclusions in that, and we are now trying to give as many nominations as possible to get included in. So we, like Hyderabad has already been included as the creative city for gastronomy, Gwalior for music, and last year we had Srinagar for arts and crafts. So this is one convention of UNESCO's which we need to look at very, very seriously, and it gives us a huge opportunity to actually showcase our cultural wealth. And you know, once you get the UNESCO tag, it also helps. It gives you that exposure and all the benefits that come with it.
Can I take 5 more minutes for questions, or am I eating into lunch? Everybody, Vikash, are you okay? Can I continue for 5 more minutes or 10? 5. All right, Radhika ji, you had a question.
Thank you very much. My name is Radhika Bakliwal, and my query takes you back to a little older period about India's richness in our cultural heritage, which you see in the National Museum. It is extremely frustrating to see that the second or third generations of some of the greatest masters of miniature paintings or Kangra, Basholi or Mughal or enameling or traditional carving and jewelry, this entire gamut of Indian art don't want to take up the arts anymore. There are 2 reasons to this, because number one, the completely regressive Antiquities Act, which desperately needs to be scrapped now, is one of the reasons that people are not looking at that field anymore, without realizing that the entire National Gallery of Modern Art will come under the Antiquities Act soon. The second thing is, of course, the pricing and the GST, which is again 12% on paintings. So my query and my question is that, is there something which can be done now to save this incredible dharohar which we have of our traditional arts in the country?
Any particular person you want answering that?
Maybe the Ministry of Culture, Ms. Lily Pandya. Don't want to put you on the spot.
Come on, give them some questions, guys.
But anybody else? See, I took you back in history, so and you
you did.
Yeah.
So when it comes to showcasing whatever we have, and in National Museum particularly,
right.
So there we can make some strides. Now this whole thing about removing the GST is again something that I'm not authorized to say anything on, and I think it is better dealt by people who deal with GST in the Finance Ministry and so on and forth. So your points, all the other points related with you know, legacy. the legacy and the antiquities that we have and the way we display them, the way we actually put out the experiences and consume them are very well taken, and we would try our level best to incorporate these ideas in
I have a paper prepared on this. I'll be happy to give it to you.
Please feel free to share. Please.
Can we take the last question? The gentleman has been sitting very patiently next to Radhika ji. So,
thank you, sir. I just want to ask 2 questions.
Oh, 1 question, sir.
Means it's all mingled one. Yeah, one adjacent one. So the question is, can't we take contemporary art as our culture? Because when we are talking about internationalism, why we are segregating Indian contemporary art as separate from Indian folk art, as some gentleman has talked about, that both are being staged together at times. And then, what is the structure we can make through policy that Indian contemporary art can contribute to the Indian economy? Thank you.
So I'll take the first part of the question. So the eventual aim for us would be, that is an ideal case scenario that we're talking about, where there is no distinction between contemporary art, indigenous art, male artists, female artists. Artists are just artists. And I think that would be almost utopian if that was to happen in my lifetime. But it's a really long journey ahead. And one of the things that we are doing at the gallery is doing mixed shows between contemporary artists, like mainstream contemporary artists who've been to art schools across India with the indigenous artists so that we're able to bridge those gaps. And yes, contemporary art already has a very different price point in the art market and has a lot of collectability with international and national museums and institutions, which is not there in the same way for the tribal arts. And that is why personally I'm trying to have this push for the indigenous arts. And if I could add to that, but there are more international museums looking at the indigenous arts than national ones currently.
So just to input with something, I didn't differentiate between female artist or male artist or national or international or any folk or contemporary art. Main thing is that I belong to a college, Fine Arts College, College of Art. I'm professor in painting. So what I suffered there is we intake so many students, enthusiasts to learn art, but when we produce them, they don't have any proper structure, because gallery people, they are like uneducated. Gallery, yeah, I'm very frank about it. I mean it. They are uneducated that way, and they don't actually go for the newcomers. They only go for the big hags. So there is a problem.
I think Anubhav can talk to you later during lunch.
Yeah.
So there's going to be lots of time to have talked to this wonderful panel. I've not even gone through half of the questions I had for them. Industry 4.0 has not even come up in my guide yet. So I'm going to be chatting with you all during lunch. So, but thank you to this wonderful panel. I know I promised you, so I'm going to give you.
I'm going to make one point because I came really prepared for it. And I'm going to make it in exactly 30 seconds because there is a solution.
Sure.
There is a solution for silos. There is a solution for this sector being across ministries. There is a solution for that the fact that the cultural and creative is a sector of sectors. And that is that we have a satellite account in our national accounting system for the creative and cultural industries. This cuts across all the sectors. It takes care of numbers, it takes care of livelihood, it takes care of accountability, and we all know if you're not counted, you don't count. And we have an example in this country already. So we are not setting a precedent. Tourism has a satellite sector because that too cuts across so many different silos.
Sure.
So this was actually what I came prepared to say because Lily was here. Satellite account for the cultural and creative industry. Sorry, Asad.
No. So I'm just going to let each of the panelists.
One of the things that we've been saying is that in the new census that's going to happen, can we please ask how many people get a primary or a secondary income from the creative sector? That will allow us to map very substantially much of what we're talking about and really have a real figure and a real contribution. So that's been our only request that we make to say for a while.
Sharda, you want just 30 seconds? Everyone's getting a chance now because others I'll be reprimanded.
All the points have been covered, so I will not add.
All right. I know Karthik wants to.
Yes. Two suggestions, I think, for future gazing. Content creation, just like Incredible India. I think creative economy, we should have, a centers platform. It would work because Incredible India content is all crowdsourced. So I'm sure that will help. For the B2B, as in the stakeholders, we need use cases. Still, artists and community, they have still not got from, the post-pandemic era right now. So nice use case stories there. And also, Virasat has Virat in him. So we just need to ignite it. And also curating experience, I'll tell you the best experience. So Sharda mentioned about Veku Volo. We had a great experience where Veku Volo's story was done by Papu Bhatt, a puppeteer in Jaipur, where all the artists of Rajasthan and Antaran had an example of how art experiences can be curated.
30 seconds. You done?
I'm done.
Ma'am. Closing remarks, or you're closed? All right. Thank you very much. I'm getting WhatsApp messages to close this panel before they actually physically take me out of this room. But thank you to this wonderful panel. I think the contemporary creative economy lies at the intersection of culture, technology, and also business. And I'm sure the future is looking bright. I feel very positive after this panel, to be very honest. So hopefully the next time we meet, we'll be talking about the success stories and not the loopholes in it. Thank you very much, and enjoy lunch, I guess.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We now break for lunch and kindly request everyone to join us at the second floor conference room for post-lunch proceedings.
Oh, we're moving from here. No, it's no, second floor for post-lunch proceedings. Is Neha taking pictures? Yeah. Who's Neha? It's from his team, so then I can get it for my social media. It's such a pleasure talking to you.
Such a pleasure talking to you.
I've been
I am your regular patron of Under the
Banyan tree.
Have we resumed?
No, not yet. Mr.
When are we
Roy.
resuming?
We need to bag Mr. Roy for that.
Yeah.
Because Teamwork Arts has the
So
programming.
you have to. You didn't know. I mean, this was when. This was long
You know,
ago.
I am so.
Oh man! Finally, we get to meet.
Yeah.
Hi. Sorry? Yeah. Hi. How are you? Good to see you. I only see you on Zooms generally, right? Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Definitely. Yeah, I know. I was going to say bringing sexy. I would have made it naughty, but now. Hi. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I wish. I have so many more questions. Hi. Yeah. Yeah, this is fantastic.
I'm sorry, I've run out of cards. I would have been very happy.
Lovely. Thank you for coming.
Yeah. ये ले लो तुम्हारा लैपटॉप ना ले लो
तुम्हारा लैपटॉप किसका है?
Sorry. Philistine. Yes. That will be better because I'll be traveling like anything. Why don't I come and see you in Bihar Museum? I am AC NMI right now. We are signing a contract with the MOU with Bihar Museum for conservation. No, Ashwini sir knows me also.
Had your mobile number, so I said,
तो हम तुम्हारे अभी next 10 days for lunch or you running? Today I fast Monday, so I will not be joining.
Some sweet man.
26 के पहले is there any chance of you to coming? I mean, there is before 26 August?
Yes, possibly. Okay. I'll be there for a day. Okay. So I'll tell I have just So I'll get you together with the joint secretary who is looking after Mera Gaon, Meri Bhavar and trying to create a directive.
Yeah. How do I
and India, India's soft power, leveraging India's diversity and culture. The panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Sanjoy Roy. The eminent panelists for this session are Shri Gyan Bhushan, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India; Srimati Mugdha Sinha, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Culture, Government of India; Ms. Temsunaru Jamir, Director, National Gallery of Modern Art, New Delhi; and Ms. Kaveri Bamzai, journalist, author, and film critique. I now request Mr. Sanjoy Roy to felicitate Shri Gyan Bhushan ji. Thank you, sir. I now request Sanjay sir to felicitate Srimati Mugdha Sinha. Thank you, ma'am. Next up, I request sir to felicitate Ms. Temsunaru Jamir. Thank you, ma'am. And last but definitely not the least, I now request Mr. Sanjay sir to felicitate Ms. Kaveri Bamzai. I now hand over the stage to Mr. Sanjoy Roy to take the session ahead.
Thank you so much, and I hope you all have enjoyed lunch. This tends to be the sort of, what's it called, the deathly session post lunch where everybody is feeling sleepy. But we are absolutely delighted to have such a fabulous panel with us today. And what we want to do is basically explore how India's cultural heritage, its entertainment industry, MICE, tourism, all of this can come together to really play a part in this emerging new economic scenario that we're seeing post-COVID. So I'm going to start by asking Shri Gyan Bhushan. Gyan Bhushan, you know, one of the things that we're seeing more and more is that the creative sector, as you know, both in the UK and the US. In the UK, the creative sector contributes 11.2% to UK's GDP, which is larger than the finance and the oil and gas sector has been contributing. In India, one of the problems that we've been having is that we haven't been able to map the sector. There's an estimation of everything between 11 million and 200 million, though there's also an estimation that about 400 million people are involved in the sector. And it's a place that you can create jobs at the very basic level. You can create local jobs at the village, town, district level. So, do you, in your policy statement, especially now that for a year we're going to become the G20 presidency, is there a way that you can look at bringing together these sectors, culture, tourism, MICE, entertainment, hospitality, to be able to create a much more robust understanding of what the sector contributes to?
Thank you very much, Sanjay ji, and all my co-panelists and of course the people who are participating here. And I'm told that there is a huge online participation as well. So very good afternoon to everyone. Let me say very upfront that you are right, that a very systematic and very robust kind of study is underway, I would say. It was never done in the past, but now we have in the Ministry of Tourism has been working on this, that what it's important everybody knows it, that this is going to be the future. Because at recent UNWTO, United Nations tourism body, they have said that 40% of the travelers are attracted to a destination because of the cultural resources they have. And in India, if you look at the Travel and Tourism Development Index, which is brought out by the World Economic Forum, our position is something around 8 to 12. And our ranking in the TDI is about 54. So there is a great mismatch. We stand out in terms of the cultural resources and other intangible resources which you just mentioned, and our overall ranking. So a systematic analysis and the strategy has to be worked out. We have given an estimate of about 1 trillion tourism economy by 2047. And we have said that by 2030, we would be something like 250 billion US dollars. And the short term 2024, we would be something like 150 billion dollars, US dollars. So these are the numbers, but behind these numbers, there are huge challenges, huge efforts which are required. So we are looking at, for example, I was just looking at some of the figures which are already available. I would say, for example, the yoga or the wellness segment of the soft power, we call it now, very much a part of the soft power, is something like 490 billion rupees as of now, and which is growing at something like 20 plus CAGR, which takes us to about 875 billion rupees in the next 3 years. So this is just one segment. As you mentioned, films, the music, all these segments are huge, and huge potential is there. And people always want some kind of new things which are required to be given. People are, mundane kind of routine affair. They are not interested at all.
I just wanted to do a follow-up. We're talking about music, we're talking about tourism. One of the sectors that is really underplayed but has a huge contribution, and Samit and Vipula here, is really the wedding sector. Yeah. The wedding sector today in India, the valuation is enormous. Yes, it's part of the gig economy, so it's not a formal number, but it's one place that we can really look at attracting, as we have, whether it's celebrities who've come in, big families who've come in, etc., rather than everything always going out. So is there something that we can look to from you and the tourism sector to include this and make this a vital component? And really, when you're looking at even advertising, whether it's Incredible India or whatever, Kerala, can we look at the wedding sector as a key component of this?
Recently I was told there was some research and studies which said that by 2050, there would not be any marriages.
Summit will ensure that that's not true.
It's already coming visible. You talk to a youngster of, maybe 24 year, 25 year, they are not interested. They are not interested in marriage. Look at the, the developed world. The marriage as an institution, which is a very important segment for us, is to be taken special care, because people are not getting married. They are not interested. So we have to be extra putting more and extra efforts for this segment to come up. And of course, from Ministry of Tourism, we have been as a promotional material, we have been doing it. We have been inviting, making life easier for people, NRIs, for example. They are very much interested in coming to India, which is not the case. Many Indians go abroad to get married. But bringing marriage segment to India, they're beautiful destinations. And, we talk of Rajasthan or Kerala. Even in Kashmir, we were told that recently in Srinagar, also they have a very big marriage which was happening as a destination marriage. So we are promoting it, and we have to give extra effort for
what we really need is some policy changes, and I'll ask Summit to sort of intervene towards the end of this. Mukta Sinha, thank you so much for being here. And again, to you, looking at the future, we are seeing more and more that the arts and crafts and the entire creative sector can play a part not just within the sector, but whether it's environment, whether it's water, whether it's the daily needs, whether it's food, this sector cuts across all sectors, because you're looking at the way of life, you're looking at a philosophy, you're looking at the way that people every day deal with it, which is pretty much part of our tradition. How do you see us sort of breaking out, or the Ministry of Culture right now has tied itself up into some amount of knots in the way that it's focused, but how do you see that opening out, and can we play a much larger role across ministries? Today the segment comes under 14 different ministries. Would the Ministry of Culture look at become the coordinating ministry to get all the secretaries, all the ministers together across the other segments to look at some of the key policy issues?
Thank you very much, Sanjoy ji, and a very good afternoon to all my esteemed panelists and the distinguished audience today. I think it's very, very critical to reimagine the future we live in, and future, as you would understand, is changing at a very, very fast pace. Today, when we talk of culture, we just can't talk of the palette that we've mentioned. We live in a cybernetic culture already. There's so much of interface with technology. We are moving towards artificial intelligence and immersive experience in AR and VR. The entire range that we have, if you look at Abraham Maslow's needs theory, you will see that art and culture, right down from the basic needs of employment, employability, and skill, attracts a certain class, right? Women being 50% of that class invariably. And then you look at the aspirational Indians as a consumptive class. When we talk of India's democratic dividend, we also have to look at, as Sir was also saying, how do you make the experience of traveling to a place, irrespective of what the range is, important? How do we get repeat tourism? So even with the whole gamut of heritage and tradition, be it in cuisine, be it in arts and crafts, be it in what technology can do with them in terms of providing immersive experience, how do we beget repeat tourists, right? So the ministry's role, of course, and we are very, very grateful to the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav for giving us that opportunity to break the silos across ministries and synergize lot of ministries, and not just 14. Today we work with several ministries, but I think this is a work of housekeeping that needs to go in the background. But the whole aspect of creative economy, and I'm not going into numbers because numbers have been rolled out, is because it has a cultural component, it also has a commercial component. And I think the lockdown has clearly amplified the message, because it also has a health connect. We live in a world where there is ennui and ennui, there's boredom, and only creativity is a cure to all kinds of boredom that we have today. So yes, of course, shaking hands is going to be very, very important. And I see my role in the ministry, our ministry's role, as as an art administrator. So we have one part of the pentacle, which is the arts, including the dying arts and crafts. Then we have the artists, we have the audience, we have the aggregators, and then we have the patronage given by the state and by the philanthropic arts institutions, individual identity, experience sharing, emotive connect, institutional linkages, and keeping the stakeholders together. I think we have a lot on the palette, and this palette has to remain very, very dynamic, because unless you are dynamic, you will have to have a review clause reduced from, say, 5 years to 1 year, and maybe every 6 months. That is how we have to work, and we have to put not just the artists but also cater to what the audience wants from us. And it just cannot be an event-based thing. It has to be very, very institutionalized, so that we set up very, very strong foundations on which our grand stories or grand vision can be built in. Just to give you an example of where I'm coming from, nightlife in India, except for major metro cities, that is an area we need to explore, because we have a lot of daytime activities. And Rajasthan, because I come from that state, and I would want to mention, we have done exactly that by bringing the astro night sky tourism concept of science to our monuments. We also have started giving out our monuments for wedding pre-shoots and wedding shoots as part, not just as an event, but as part of an institutionalized, written kind of a policy which people can follow. So I think we'll have to do not just major projects, but we'll also have to do small schemes and small policies, quick short ones with turnaround times where we have the flexibility of quickly changing them to meet the need of the consumptive public. And the consumptive public has moved from capital goods consumption to experiential consumption. We also look to see whether we can move from visual, because everything that we do today is very, very visual. Can we move from that bandwidth of visual to look at acoustics, look at sound, look at what we can do in the sky, adventure tourism, what we can do on the ground, look at what we can do in the waters. So I think reinvention and reimagining is going to be what will be required. Synergies, breaking silos, working with all different kinds of stakeholders, very, very layered kind of an approach, and with quick gestation time and with quick turnovers. And I think involving a lot of crowdsourced thinking and crowdfunding also has to become part of our understanding, because that is where the contemporary new generation really, really exists. So, yeah.
Well, just to follow up from what you said, one of the things that we're seeing when we're looking at leveraging India's soft power is also brand India. So, for example, in Jaipur, whether it's a Jaipur Literature Festival or in Konark, or wherever we're doing these major things, in earlier times, the Ministry of Culture used to do these grand India festivals in different parts of the world, started in Paris and, of course, in Japan and the United States. Is there some of that that's being planned also, keeping in mind both the association now with G20 and looking into the future as how we can brand both our arts and crafts, but do it in the best possible way?
Yes, absolutely. We also have to look at domestic cultural diplomacy. We also have to look at what our soft skills and cultural skills can do in the international world. I think the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav was one way of letting people know what culture can do. If you look at what China is doing, you have the Confucius centers, and they are pillion riding on the back of these Confucius centers as entry points into various countries. Yoga was ours for a very long time because we already have a lot of iterations of yoga taking place in countries abroad, but now at least people understand that yoga, we are the land of yogas. We gave people this concept. Science diplomacy has happened in the lockdown. I think we have to look at how our soft power can have an outreach and allow us to establish. See, brand India is already established. We need to amplify that. We need to see where we can have partnerships in this field, because I think people do understand we are 5,000 plus year old civilization, ancient civilization. I think our gems of civilizations need to have an international collect. We need to have more researchers look at what we have written. And that ancient wisdom and knowledge needs to reach beyond our shores in many, many different ways. We have huge number of libraries which have the rarest of rare manuscripts. Those need to be transliterated. We have 22 languages. Very few countries have languages where the dialect changes after every 10 kilometers. That is a huge repository of culture and skill that we have. I think everything needs to be explored. There's a lot of, if you look at what happened during the 75 years of India's independence, and we are now heading to the Amrit Kal, all ministries are coming up with a vision of 2047. And I think the cultural diplomacy part needs to be built. A lot of research is happening, but I think, again, what I've seen, because I'm a month old, and what I've seen of my institutions is that what is happening in institutions or within the institutions needs to have a wider outreach, first in the country with stakeholders in the country, and then maybe use that as a way to connect with our citizenry abroad, because we are the progenitors of the Vasudeva Kutumbakam. We were global citizens even before the template was given by WTO or whatever it was. So I think we just need to not reappropriate, I would say, but need to position India as a bellwether as far as our culture and heritage and tradition and tourism and ancient wisdom, indigenous knowledge. There's a whole concept of the intellectual property rights, the geographical indicators. I think all that needs to be worked. These are under different ministries, but we need to have a very, very holistic kind of a perspective.
And we need
come
to
together.
do much more coordination
Yes,
there.
absolutely.
Kaveri Mukdaji talked about extending brand India. Now, Indian cinema has been doing that forever. I mean, as you rightly said, Satyajit Ray today in Cannes still is celebrated in the biggest way. Bollywood music is sort of the bestseller across, we were recently in Egypt with our festival with a Bollywood musical, and the Egyptians flocked in their millions, similarly in Switzerland. Tell us a little bit about how Bollywood has been able to, or Indian cinema, has been able to take forward this brand India, and what do we need to do to further that? I mean, for example, in the United States, the CIA provides 33% funding for a lot of the films to be able to wave the American flag.
And they do that really
And
well.
they do that really well. And at the back of the Hollywood film, you then bring in McDonald's, you bring in pizzas, you bring in the American way of life.
And Top Gun.
And Top Gun.
So I think one is, of course, that I think we're living in an environment, a global environment of tremendous change. I think people, we have seen the emergence of a new generation, which is subtitle agnostic, which has got used to watching cinema, web series in any language possible. And it's not just in India, it's all over the world. You see the rise of Korean cinema, you see the rise of Turkish soaps. These are all, and of course it's been written about by Fatima Bhutto in The Rise of the East as well. But I think what we have done in this space, while this churn is going on globally, in India also there's a tremendous amount of churn taking place. And this whole idea that Bollywood equals Indian cinema has changed. And Bollywood itself is not just a place for song and dance anymore. It tells a lot of different stories as well. What is amazing now for me is the rise of the hyper local in Indian cinema. Whether you see Bhoot Kola, which is a tiny performing arts from Karnataka, being celebrated in a movie like Kantara, which becomes a huge blockbuster in India. Or you see the way RRR ends, it ends with the tale of the Ramayana actually being reimagined. Or you see Pushpa, everyone loved Pushpa, but when you look at the beginning of Pushpa, it is able to connect red sandalwood violins given as a gift in Japanese weddings to red sandalwood smugglers in India. I mean, how fantastic is that, So I think this whole idea that India is able to tell such varied stories and really small, hyper-local village stories which are getting audiences in India excited, which are getting audiences in the West excited. I think that really is the future. And of course, this is all happening organically as it happens in India. There's no real state which is deciding it unless Mugdha can tell us that there is. I think this is happening organically, which is wonderful, but it needs some kind of an informal or formal partnership with the private sector, with the individual. For instance, this is the 75th year of India at Cannes. I thought this was a marvelous opportunity to set up the Satyajit Ray Humanist Prize for Humanist Cinema, for instance. You go to Cannes and everyone in the festival still adores Ray. I mean, he's long been dead, but they would still like to honor him in some way. Why can India not establish a prize which is given away at the wonderful ceremony, closing ceremony at Cannes? Look at Monsoon Wedding, the musical, which Meera Nair has been slogging away for the longest time. It is being shown at Qatar. The Qatar government has picked it up to showcase a musical made in India with an Indian musician, Vishal Bhardwaj, with Indian actors, on the sidelines of the World Cup. I mean, isn't that a huge honor? Why don't we see these ideas being celebrated? And it's so exciting for me when I see something like that, you know, when you see A.R. Rahman and Shekhar Kapoor putting something together for the Dubai Shopping Festival. Whatever, it's a shopping festival, but it is where the world is congregating. You have governments from other countries celebrating us. Let us also celebrate ourselves, no? and let us take our culture. And why is this? Why should Indian cinema and Indian arts, why should there be a disconnect? I find that, you know, I have always found that very repulsive almost, because we have that highbrow, lowbrow kind of distinction, you know, when we talk about culture. But hey, lowbrow is, for me, it's terrific. I think we're all lowbrow at the end of the day. We all have our guilty pleasures. We all love Pushpa. We all love a Bollywood song and dance. Let's celebrate it openly and happily, you know, and let's just take it to the world. How we do it, it's happening anyway. If we can just give it a little push with the right kind of mugdas and Gyan Bhushan Jis in the right places, I think we'll have done a tremendous work.
So just to follow up on that, this, you know, little push, and this is for you, Gyanji, as well. You know, when you go to Northern Ireland, you get off in Belfast, they'll immediately take you to the Titanic set, or they'll take you to the Lord of the Rings, where it's been shot.
In Hyderabad, you have to struggle to go to Ramoji Rao studio. You have to, it's such a struggle to go and see the Bahubali set. It should be at the Hyderabad airport saying, hey, come to Ramoji Rao and come and look at the Bahubali
So what
set.
do we need to do in terms of policy? Like even in Switzerland, the signs will tell you where Shah Rukh Khan shot X or Y or Z. I mean, and we had a recent festival in Switzerland which was completely packed by Swiss who just love India through its films. So what do we need to do here to drive tourism people to being able to bring in not just the NRIs, but people who love India.
Look, I'd like to start with Srinagar, okay? It's my home city. The number of movies that have been shot in Kashmir, in Srinagar. I mean, let's just brand Srinagar with Bollywood. Okay, forget Bollywood. Let's just brand Srinagar with Indian cinema. You know, you go to Lalit Palace, this was where Waqt was shot. Or you go to the Dal Lake, this was where the climax, or the TV tower, this was where the climax of Mission Kashmir was shot.
Or Hyder or whatever.
Whatever. Hyder, let us not go there. That's very controversial. Then you'll have people attacking us for Shahid Kapoor dancing at the temple. No. The idea being that, look, let's take individual cities, let's take individual states, and there's already so much there. Let's take them and brand them. You know, I saw this, which I was so happy about. The branding of the art district in Delhi, you know, that Mandi House, NSD, exactly that whole circle, which is of course the art district, but it occurred to someone to say, let's brand it, and thank God, whoever it was is a genius. Let us do that with other things in our country. There's so much. I mean, there's just no end.
Jamil, you know, like she's talking about the moving image, and we know that the Indian visual image today is equally strong. It sells for millions of dollars, at least the senior artists sell for millions of dollars across Sotheby's and Bonhams, Hong Kong to California. There's a great upsurge in the artistic expression. The NGMA today, I mean, you've opened this fabulous museum of our exhibition of our great masters recently. And it really is many ways the home of Indian contemporary art. What is the way that you all are looking at being able to leverage this? I know a number of museum partners who approach you find it very difficult sometimes to be able to collaborate because of the problems about exporting art from India, the problems about importing great masters into India. What do we need to do policy-wise to be able to change this?
Well, thank you very much for the question. After Bollywood, I am just, you know, instead of answering the question that has been asked to me, I want to say something about Bollywood first. So please allow me.
Just give me a
Indian cinema.
If you want to chat out there,
Indian cinema, but you know, I'm partial. Yeah.
If the three of you want to chat, step out because it's like really disturbing. Yeah? Okay, go ahead.
So I'm partial towards Bollywood because I'm from the Northeast, I'm from Nagaland, and that was what was available to us growing up. So in the year 2000, I came to Delhi for my graduation, and that time people asked me, "Arey, your Hindi is quite okay. How is it?" I said, "Mere paas Bollywood hai." So, and that is the truth. And I blame Bollywood for one more thing. Uh, and I may be wrong, of course, but I always try to blame Bollywood for that, is that most of the speaking roles are that of men. And so when I speak, my gender is all over the place. And half the time people are looking at me, they don't correct me usually, but I always say it is because I have heard very few women in those days have speaking roles. And had it been like now, my Hindi would have been far better. So thanks to Bollywood, yeah. So as regards the efforts that we are making and the challenges that is being faced, I don't know who told you that, but I am fortunately from the Customs Department, and we do have a procedure for temporary importation, and it is not just in India but all over the world for these great works. While I do agree that once the government notifies something as an art treasure, to send that out of the country, there is a long procedure, and I appreciate that procedure because we do have to protect our heritage. Nevertheless, there is an entire process that we follow. Secondly, to leverage our great artists and the excellent collection that NGMA has, I'm limiting to NGMA, we have various MOUs with many of our partner countries. Even at this moment, we have a show at Lisbon, we have one in Japan going on, and people love our art. But one thing I feel terribly sad here, and when Madam was talking about domestic diplomacy, it also includes making our art accessible to our own people. And often people have told me, your NGMA looks like a Sarkari office. And you see the big gate and there are two guards standing there. And people hesitate to enter.
They were big every time.
See? They said people hesitate to enter. So we are just trying to make it more accessible. What we are doing is we are trying to call children from schools and informing people that for students it is free and entry fee is only this much and you can come anytime, and we respond to emails, and we're trying to go that extra mile, and this is what.
But tell me something, whether it's the Tate, the new Tate, or the old Tate, or whether it's the Museum of Modern Art in Chicago or New York or the Rothko collection, people line up for miles to be able to see some of this. Indians go out to the UK, to France, to Madrid, etc., to see these exhibitions. What do we need to do here to be able to make much more publicity for artists and the exhibitions that you do? The present exhibition that you've got, and I'm assuming it's still on, of the 6 great masters, is a brilliant exhibition. How many people do you get?
Yes, you're absolutely right. When I see a normal Indian tourist going abroad, one of the must-visit lists is the museum.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, we are unable to get our own people visit our museum, and this is what the gap that I'm talking about. First is that we have had a fascination for the West, and we have had a fascination for the artists from the West. In fact, when I was in school, all I knew were the French artists. I never knew about the Indian artists. I mean, I'm being very frank. But however, that trend is changing. But it is our bounden duty to educate. And I think the new education policy also has a good part in it by, educating our children about our art, our own heritage. Because growing up, we learned very little about India. I mean, that's the truth. And very, very little about Indian artists are close to nil. It's true, no? So a long way to go, lot of work to be done. And I think with a lot of publicity, plus, we have many museums here in Delhi. We do not have in the so-called Group B cities, less there. And sometimes people from those areas also would like to see. So maybe we can have more collaborations, more temporary exhibitions going, some traveling. And one of the challenges that we face is that our works are priceless, and it requires specific temperature, specific atmospheric conditions, etc. So we were just looking at how we can make these exhibitions more interesting for children, and also we don't have to risk taking our artwork.
But
so
not,
we're just
but
trying
not
to
just
see.
for children. I saw the Chola bronze exhibition at the Royal Academy of the Arts in London. They had displayed 24 bronzes, and you had to wait at an average of 3 hours in the line to get in there. Whereas here in Chennai, even a few years ago, if you went to see the Chola bronzes, somebody used to come on a cycle to open the lock of the gate so that you could go into a dusty room which has some of this more priceless stuff. Muktaji, what do we need to do to be able to open up our incredible institutions and our incredible artists for everybody to celebrate and to know and to really create value? What is it that a museum's responsibility is to preserve and to create value. So what do we need to do to unlock this? There are more people who come to Bikaner House to see our exhibition than they would come to NGMA, because Bikaner House is open. NGMA needs to, turn itself around. It's got such amazing things. I'll come to the intervention.
Yeah, I think this is the beginning of some very good conversations, and I think conversations between the civil servants manning these departments and the civil society at large, which is the stakeholder, and the citizenry. I think that needs to happen. Huge amount of stakeholder conversations are absolutely required. The other thing is institutions. See, we have to at some point in time stop looking at file work as our work. That is housekeeping. The citizenry at large is not really interested in our housekeeping issues, right? So we have to open up our institutions. How we do it, how we reimagining our opening of our institutions is something that we need to do. But creating cultural spaces, how we negotiate a city, how we negotiate an institution, whether people know about our institutions, what these institutions do. We have huge number of libraries, we have huge number of archives, we accept donation from people, we also give funding for private people to set up their own museums, right? And now today there are a lot of people who are sitting over whole hoards of artifacts or archival material, poets with archival material, writers with publishing is a big business now, and we need to reach out to them. So instead of waiting for people to reach out, I think we have to be a little more proactive in reaching out to people, make things less bureaucratic. That is one thing. Cut down the red tape. How do we do it is important. I think smaller schemes with less turnaround, as I said, more looking at what the citizen wants. Education, of course, as Tenso mentioned. Yeah, we have to educate. We have to just simply open up. Of course, there have to be certain limitations in opening up. But Aditya ji is sitting right here. He owns a museum. During the lockdown, we did a show together. So we showcased his museum online for the benefit of people, so that when the lockdown gets over, we have a lot of people. We have to think of creative ways. We are part of a creative economy for the last almost 2 decades plus, but we have not been able to keep pace with creative solutions. And we also have to, and this is for both of us, because I might be on the other side of the table in some session. The idea is that we don't have to look at what we are not able to do. We have to look at what are the low-hanging fruits and get started on it. We are already racing against one, time, and second, technology, and third, the mindset of the citizenry changing very, very fast. We have no time for discrimination in terms of low brows and high brows. We don't have time because we have to take everybody together. Democratization of spaces includes institutions and city spaces. When we talk of smart city, we need to see how we can negotiate the smart city in terms of signages. I have been telling my people here in the last 1 month that please don't put signages in Red Fort. Use the ground to negotiate the way that Hawaiians do it. They have everything written on the floor. So when you're walking, you look down, you don't look up for signages. To bring that concept, instead of having those ugly red and green signages, use the floor. That is, use the floor, use the local material to do signages. I think these are small things which will happen. And the fact is that if we remain in dialogue the way that we are doing today, we'll all learn from each other. And that is the only way. You can do a critical evaluation, and I should have the bandwidth to accept that critical evaluation, bring about a quick change. And that is how the partnership is strived. This 25 years of the Amrit Kal should be all about civil servants and civil society coming together, because we are all citizenry of this country. So the idea is we are all working for the country. We can be argumentative Indians, we can be critical Indians, but we are all changing sides, right? Sometimes you are here, I am there, and vice versa. So the idea is to strike this dialogue and get things done. The focus, like the Arjun of Mahabharata, should be on the fisheye, on getting things done. We might not succeed in everything, but there is no harm in trying, and keep trying. And the dialogue is very, very important. We are based on the ancient concept of Vada. You know, Hegel's or Marx's thesis, antithesis, and synthesis came much later. Our entire Indian tradition is based on the concept of Vad, which basically means dialogue. So this dialogue should continue, and thank you so much, Sanjoy, for creating spaces for these dialogues.
I think what is amazing is that Muktaji is one of the rare bureaucrats who's able to sort of put across, articulate her point, and also say that they're open to business. So really, again, a round of applause for that, and thank you for putting that out. Gyanji, just one quick last question. Tourism continues to do a lot of seminal films showcasing the country. Can tourism also look at including arts, the heritage, the intangible and tangible as part of his films? Can you make that part of your policy statement? Because the more we're able to educate the public, whether it's Thayyam or Kathak or all our intangible heritages, the more you'll see people coming in to stay not just for the transit purpose, so they come to Delhi only for one night, but they stay on here to be able to experience the other, not just the monuments, but the evening life, which is very important. And what we would like to hear from you is, how do you see the policy for nightlife? Delhi has created a new policy, but it's the only city right now. Is this something that you all are going to be driving?
I think it's very important, the point you mentioned. I will just give you one example of a cuisine tourism. I mean, we are very much aware, everyone in this room at least, that Indian cuisine has been such an important, and because the basic thing is everybody needs some food after every 2 or 3 hours, right? So you can imagine the number of these intakes multiplied per person into the population, and the kind of economy and the jobs and everything it creates. And secondly, you must have noticed people are moving again, a new trend, away from the home food. The Zomatos and the Swiggies, everybody is, is aware of that. If you go to a nearby country which have more advanced than us as of now, say Singapore or Thailand or say Malaysia also, per capita if you take, there are huge food courts. People just cook once in a week or maximum twice in a week. This kind of trend is there. So the cuisine is very important, as you mentioned, the night life and all. India, we really lack that as of now. That is correct. But going forward, first we have to have some activity. So if we are talking about MICE tourism, if we are talking about any other segment of the tourism, we need to have, first of all, the environment which is very good where tourists can safely, at least safety is also an issue, but now it has much improved, I would say. So these thing enabling environment has to be created, and they are being created. For example, I would say Safdarjung tomb used to close at 6 o'clock. Now the Ministry of Culture, they have taken a call and it was now opening till 9 o'clock. Similarly, if you go to outskirts of Delhi, it's still difficult, a challenge. For example, there are certain initiatives which, under the guidance of Honorable Prime Minister, we have been also taking. The Earth Ganga, concept of Earth Ganga. Because the tourism is not in cities. People are fed up of cities. People want to go out. The real culture, the real art, everything is more in the hinterland. So you have to go out. In that context, the entire Ganges, which flows through so many states, the Earth Ganga concept and segmentation of the people. We are talking of, Madam talked about Srinagar. If you talk of those films to our children, they will say, what is it? What you are talking? We have not heard the name also. Perhaps some of them would recall Mission Kashmir or some new films, but they cannot associate it. So the segmentation is very important. So a concept like Earth Ganga would have activity for each age and the groups. The concept is to have some activity for the children also, for the young also, for the middle age also, and the old people also. The temples are there and all. Create some skating ring, create some cycling bike rings there. These make some gyms. These are the things which are going to give a holistic development of a destination. Now in the new policy, you talked about the new policy. In the new policy, we have taken care of all these aspects.
Can we on behalf of FICCI and my colleagues in IMA, Gyanji, Mugdaji, also suggest that part of the training that we need to do, or the appreciation, is work with police. The police have a one-point formula. Do not let anything get done because it compromises security. So getting permissions to do anything in the evening is a nightmare, city after city, district after district. So how can we sort of work together to be able to sensitize, and of course police is a state subject. Similarly, culture is both a state and a central subject. But this is something that we need to do, otherwise we're not going to be able to change this trend. And that's one of the things, again, that we are hoping that in the new tourism policy, there is a positive statement made that this is something that needs to be done. Not could be done, should be done, perhaps be done. And for that, all of these people, police to ensure safety, police to allow for stuff to happen, otherwise we just go around in this circle.
I'll just react to this. We are very conscious of this fact, and in the policy making, we are always trying to do something new. I think 15 days back, Honorable our Minister has taken a meeting of all the DGP of the state police, and we have earlier given this concept of a tourist police. Many states have implemented. For example, Rajasthan. UP also, they have done it in Varanasi and many places they have already done it. So these tourist police, a seamless kind of information flow. The moment a tourist lands in India or going from one state to another state, also entire tracking in the sense of a safety point of view is done. So to sensitize all the DGPs at the state and the local level, already we have done a conference of those DGPs, but conference is not sufficient. They have to be actually rolled out on the last mile or the Thana level, or the women police Thanas exclusive for them. These are some of the steps, but things are moving, and we are very much conscious of this fact that this should not be a roadblock for doing a night tourism or opening up more places and going into the real corners of the country and the hinterlands.
So we'd be very happy to sort of, help further that. Mugdaji.
Very quickly, see, we have to, of course, identify security with the police, but that is more at the national security level. But if you look at how our monuments are being protected or museums, The Victoria Memorial is being guarded by the CISF. The Indian Museum with artifacts is being protected by the CISF today. Local monuments by police, but you also have another layer called the security personals, which are outsourced. So let us not just call them police, but let us look at the bandwidth of the range of people who are protecting our monuments and our heritage, also providing a service. We are in a service economy, right? So the service that they're providing is also protecting you against any kind of disaster, say for example stampede, say for example pickpocketing, say for example whole host of lost and found kind of thing. Capacity building is the only answer, because every institution is a collaborator, and we have to view them as that, to enable citizenry to see them as collaborators in this joint initiative of safely opening up. Because the moment you say nightlife and you want women to travel to those cuisine based festivals or whatever astro night sky based festivals, you would also want to see large presence of police so that you feel safe. So you want them and you don't kind of want them. To have them and to not have them, I think that gap of bridging that gap would require a lot of collaboration and capacity building, so that they also understand the nature of the job, because we also have to step into their shoes and see the mandate that they have, and also make them understand the mandate that we have, and also make them see that they are also citizens partaking of that consumptive culture. So I think that is something which is going to be ongoing. And the moment you open up more spaces, the Kartavya Path has got opened. One entire stage has been given to us, and I urge all of you to please go and see. Every Saturday, Sunday, you have 6:30, various institutions from the Department of Culture are performing, doing something or the other. It's all in public domain on our various social media handles. I would like you to go and come back and give us a feedback and tell us what we can do better in terms. There's huge. I've been to a few programs myself, and I see that there's absolute connect. So the India Gate of my childhood came back to me with also some kind of a cultural input, of course, happening under the larger aegis of the ACAM. But of course, I do appreciate and understand that a lot more needs to be done. And with interface, I think, continuous, sustained, persistent interface, I think the angularities on all our sides, wherever the interface takes place, will get softened and smoothened, and we'll have seamlessly doing better things in the future.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up for questions.
This is Sangeeta Gupta. I need to introduce myself because I was a bureaucrat for 39 years. I'm also an abstract artist, poet, and filmmaker. I'm having an exhibition which is happening at Bihar Museum. So I'm just going to quote what I saw, what I experienced there as an artist. You won't believe, every day there are more than 3,000 people visiting that museum. From 10:30 till 5 o'clock, and around 5 also they are fighting for tickets. That please give me ticket, I want to go to the museum. So I suggested, because that also is run by a bureaucrat, the DG is a bureaucrat. So what we have suggested is open the museum till 8 o'clock. Why deprive people who have come all the way to visit the museum? So you can replicate that, how they have managed to get 3,000 people every day, and they fight it out so that more people can go in. So I was there for a week and I was really amazed. This is an experience for an artist also, to see 3,000 people seeing your exhibition. And there's a ticket of 100 rupees. No criteria for children or women, or everybody has to pay 100 rupees to enter that museum. Inside they have a restaurant which caters to high-end Bihari food. So they have created that kind of ambience. You can sit out in the courtyard and have a meal or have a coffee. So having a cafe or a eating joint, people want to be in the museum full day. So they want to take a break, have meals or have a coffee, which is not available. I have suggested so many times to NGMA that please have a coffee shop at least. People,
Well, they now have a lovely shop. The new shop has opened, which has got beautiful products.
Which is very good.
Sangeeta ji, I'm just going to move on.
We're going to have a cafe soon, so.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you. It was an interesting panel discussion. I just want to give another example. We did a exhibition on the Partition Museum at the NGMA. I don't know whether you know about it. And yeah, and we had thousands. We had thousands of visitors and mostly young. That is what was the most surprising thing. Of course, there were old people who had memories and this thing, but these were people, young people. You know, I was surprised at the visitor profile. There were people, there were girls in, mini skirts. A kind of people I would never expect to see in a museum, that too on the partition. It was an eye-opener even for us. So what I'm trying to say is that there is a connect. I mean, young people do connect to things. They need to feel, they need to feel that there is something in it that they can take back. So as long as we are doing those kind of, No, I'm done actually. Yeah.
You wanted to, yeah, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sonia. I run a company called Match My Talent, and we have been mapping the country. The aim is to democratize access of creators for anybody who wants an access to them. We all know that it's a very, very fragmented space. Word of mouth is largely the way anybody works, so whether it's the ICCR, which has a panel of artists, but it was just about like 1,282 artists, which ICCR has, right? I mean, that's peanuts. In my own efforts, in my completely personal efforts, we have 42,000 verified artists, with each artist having an 80 to 100 data points. And this is how we built a search engine, which is, I guess, the only search engine which understands performing arts. It has the intelligence of understanding a statement which is trying to describe something very abstract and lead you to a person. Now, I try to do this whole work at my end, and we're continuing. But when I try and interact with the government to bring this technology to the government and this whole mapping space, it's impossible. I've tried like for 4 years now, and it goes from saying, wow, awesome, great, come meet, So, ma'am, the work that I'm doing will continue, but this work is not just a Match My Talent project. It's already huge, and it really impacts every artist and every consumer at the other end. But it's just so difficult to get a conversation with any institution, any organization, government, forget it, So we've built the technology, but we can't use it for the national use. Let
her respond.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you've built a technology, and you should be using it, because government, the government would encourage a lot of private people to come up with their technology and become art aggregators.
Sure.
If you heard me when I was talking, I said that artists aggregators, art administrators and art institutions, art philanthropy. So, the mandate that we have is huge. No one person or no one institution, including the government, can do it in its entirety. We have to understand the range, we have to understand the layers, we also have to understand the limitation. I, for one, am very, very happy to have private people do it. You go ahead and do what you are doing, since it's your proprietorship on the technology that you've built. We are happy to understand, we are happy to incorporate, provided you are happy to share your own concept, because I'm sure you have a patent, you have a copyright. We would like these federations, be it book club federations, be it art aggregators, and I can tell you, I don't know whether Karkit Gaggar from the Rajasthan studio is here, but he will validate this, that we've worked with a lot of art aggregators to ensure that government is able to provide a platform. Our job, you must understand, is to provide a level playing field for everybody, right? And in that, we are happy to do it. So I will not ask you to come and meet me. I will ask you to continue to do what you are doing. And if there's anything specific that you want from the government in terms of anything that you want us to do, see, data is the new oil. Our collaboration today will not happen on events so much as on data. If I ask you for a data, will you be in a position to share your data?
Sure.
I'm happy because
Yeah.
yes, please share your data and don't even share your data, I tell you. Please amplify each other's programs.
Yeah, exactly.
NGMA sends you an invite, you please amplify in your range.
Yeah.
You send us an invite, we amplify it for you. This is a world of imagination. We don't want to take away things that you've built. Because there'll be new things which people will be building.
Yeah.
Let's amplify each others programs, which we can do. Government has certain limitations of what it can amplify or not, but you certainly can work with the government as amplifiers and friends of the museum, friends of the libraries, friends of the archives, and friends of art for that
Yeah.
matter, and culture. We are happy to have you on board. Do that for us.
Ma'am, that
and
was
work
the
in
intent.
partnership.
That's
Right,
exactly the
absolutely.
intent.
Thank you.
Just
I'm
to
sorry we've run out of time, so I just wanted to. Okay, quick.
To Mugdha, what is your opinion about privatizing monuments? And also to Temsunaro, what about creating, doing projects which generate income for the museums and the galleries?
I'm just going to have to allow only Mugdha right now because we have to wrap in 30 seconds.
So, ma'am, depends on what monuments you would want to privatize and with what outcome in mind. If you want if it's the efficiency you want to increase, if it's the footfalls you want to increase, we are happy to understand and we can do it ourselves. These are skills, ma'am. What is the reason for privatization? Do they bring experts? We are actually already doing a lot of privatization without actually giving up our monuments and say, hey, take it on a platter. So we are working with a lot of private people in terms of...
Monument is a
Adopt a monument
program.
is one. We are also doing something reverse, sir. We are saying you get your artifacts, we'll give you the money for building a DPR, for curating your artifacts that you already have, your own personal libraries and archives, because we don't want things to die down and have no next generation pick it up. These are all national treasures. When people become important, when their signature becomes an autograph, let's put it that way, then that person becomes a public person, and I think the whole country needs to get benefited from what he's done. So we are already doing it. Happy to understand more, happy to do more.
Temsunaro, thank you so much. Gyanji, thank you so much, and I hope you're going to take some of this into the policy statement. We look forward to it. Mugdhaji, continue to be so dynamic and address many of our issues. There's much to be done. Kaveri, thank you so much. Continue to spread the word on Indian film across the world and everything that you've done. Thank you all so much. Great panel. We'll wait. We're going to start the next panel at 3 o'clock. Group picture. Shall we come out in front? Aye, please. Come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was absolutely brilliant. Thank you.
We'll be proceeding with the next session. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We will be proceeding with our next session shortly in the same conference room. Here only, yes, ma'am. Everyone is requested to kindly take their seats. We'll proceed with our next session shortly. Before proceeding towards our next session, may I invite upon stage Shri M.D. Sinha, Principal Secretary, Department of Tourism, Archaeology and Museums, Government of Haryana. I request Mr. Sanjoy Roy to kindly felicitate Mr. M.D. Sinha. Thank you, sir. I now request Shri M.D. Sinha to please come up on the dais for the keynote address.
Shall I start? Yeah, it's okay. I don't think I need it. Good afternoon, everybody. My esteemed panelists, gathered friends, and colleagues. It's very nice to be here, and it's a very interesting topic because tourism, MICE, heritage itself, there's a lot of synergies, and how do we convert these synergies and to our advantage is what we are all talking about. I would not, of course, let me get hold of I would not be very theoretical, but rather speak from my own experiences as the head of the tourism and the archaeology departments in Haryana. A lot of things that I will say will be in the context of my own experiences. That will be, of course, related to Haryana, but it holds true to any other state government because the context is more or less similar. If you just a couple of quick slides, the international situation regarding MICE. India right now, of course, is 28th. We've risen from 35th and all, but then there's a lot of work yet to be done. Prominent MICE destinations in India and all. So, but then I won't speak too much on these. All of us are aware of the importance of MICE in the tourism sector, and therefore as a great contributor to employment, and not only employment, but I would say in a way a kind of a cultural identity that you people get, a nation gets because of that. What is the government that wants? Of course, again, I must remind that we are talking in terms of, I'm talking in terms of Haryana, but it holds true for all states. Employment generation, untapping the potential and all, private sector participation has emerged as a very important tool. Now, Haryana itself is a very interesting case study. We don't have great landscapes. We don't have the Himalayan landscapes. We don't have the forts and the cultural kind of places that, for instance, Rajasthan has. You don't have a Jodhpur or a Mehrangarh or whatever. We don't have great wildlife sanctuaries. We don't have a Kanha or a Bandhavgarh. But interestingly, Haryana tourism has always done very well because in the 70s, some bright young fellows came up with the idea that let's build motels and hotels all along your highways. So in the 70s and 80s, we built up a hotel in every district, literally. In the 90s, I was first posted to Gurgaon in 91 as a young probationer. I was working in a European Union aided project, and we had a lot of expats coming in as consultants and for meetings and all. I remember even once the Vice President of the European Union came and visited us. So the only places we could take them for staying or for conferencing were the government of Haryana tourism complexes of Sonat, Damdama, Rajhans. They were the only hotels. Today I have 44 hotels. And to be very honest, none of them are doing very well. But, what was the idea? The idea was that each of these hotels should act as a seed around which more hotels could come up. That was the role of the government, facilitation and engagement, facilitation and creation of infrastructure. I would say that experiment succeeded extremely well. Every hotel of mine has today 40 hotels around it, to the extent that the business in my hotels has come down compared to vis-a-vis the other private sector hotels. But that is what it was supposed to be. We've been riding this idea of this highway hotels for the last 40 years. We need to move to newer ideas, and that is what the government wants to do now. Over the years, there is a sense of complacency that comes in, and the tourism department itself became more of a hotel management department rather than a tourism development and tourism facilitation department. Things are changing now, and that's what I am going to point out, the kind of things we've done well, what we have not done well, and what we intend to do. MICE itself, the internal domestic market itself of MICE is tremendous. The Haryana, again, having no appreciable geography or landmarks, still because of the population and all, has always been important. This is a recently concluded in October MICE festival, which was probably, the Home Ministry tells me, the largest gathering of high-ranking security personnel in the country. 16 chief ministers, 35 home ministers, 30 director generals of police, and all that. So what I'm trying to say that even within the government sector, forget the private sector, even within the government sector, there is a large amount of conferencing, staycations, and that kind of work that is there. And that is what we need to factor in and mobilize. Now, this holds true for every state. The government itself, one of my we've got Grant Thornton as a consultant, and the public sector consulting is 35% of their annual thing. So within government, there is a large market available. Upcoming things, of course, we're going to have the G20 summits, and we're going to have the SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization summits. India has the presidency of both other things. So we are planning a couple of very large, big ticket events already. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the proximity, we are in the center of the NCR. So the proximity of Haryana is something that we need to cash on. So given this scenario, in fact, one of my panelists was very keenly telling me that there's no convention center worth its name in this region, and I promised him that that's exactly what we are working on. A 500-room convention center, try and get the largest banquet hall in India, and of course, state-of-the-art. I would like to, this is something that we are working on right now at the Surajkund complex, where we have plenty of land available, and something, hopefully, we should come in with a very, very large banqueting cum convention hall, probably try and make it one of the best in the country. And again, this will require a lot of, our Chief Minister is very, very keen on this. So this is some preliminary sketches that we had just drawn. Again, this, as I told our Chief Minister, that this is something that we can build, but we cannot run. Hospitality is best left to the private sector only. So we will definitely require somebody to come and manage such properties for us. So this is what something, hopefully we should be going through with this kind of a thing soon. Some of the things we've done very well is, of course, Surajkund Mela. Everybody's heard of it. If you've not heard of it, then please come and see. The largest gathering of craftspersons in India. And this year, of course, we have started every year the Surajkund Mela has a partner nation and a partner state and all. And this year, of course, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization becomes the partner state. So it's going to be a very big affair in any case. Because we have the presidentship of the SU also from December. So this year, the Mela is going to be a very, very big affair in any case. People who have not been to the Mela should come and see, because it is one of the, can I run the video here? So why this is as per the Guinness Book of Records, the largest crafts mela in the world. Why is such a Mela very important? I think Sanjay may have heard me, so at the cost of repetition, the interesting thing about the Mela is that at the Mela you can come and see what? The 5,000 years of cultural and civilizational continuity of our country. You can see an art form being done by a Bastard tribesman at the Mela, which is very close to the dancing girl of Mohenjo-daro. And of course, the latest of the design handicrafts, and also you can see how this country, not only we have persevered on our cultural diversity, but also the kind of civilizational and cultural continuity that no other country can boast of. We chant the same mantras, the Gayatri mantra and the so many of the mantras are still chanted by us. So no country has or celebrates this kind of a cultural diversity and has maintained the traditions like we have. And at the Mela, you get a sense of what India is all about, every corner of India. Come and see it. Contrast it with this many things happening, especially in our neighborhood, where there is an effort to have one set of cultural being imposed on the populations. One size fits all. We as a nation are very, very different, where we celebrate cultural diversity or not. So these are things we've done well. Many things we've not done well. This is a recent photograph I took at Stonehenge. 42 pillars. Jonathan probably has gone there. 42 pillars, some broken, some not broken. The footfall in 2019 was 1.6 million. This is Rakhigadi. I don't know whether you people have heard about it or not, but this is the excavations at Rakhigadi and the famous skeletons of the so-called lovebirds, a man and a woman buried together. The man's head is turned towards the woman. So the media has called it the lovebirds and all. But anyway, the question here is that this is about 5,500, 6,000-year-old site. The evidence is emerging that this is probably 3 times the size of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa. So the most probably large parts of the Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, or the Saraswati Sindhu civilization as we call it now, probably happened in the Doab areas of Haryana and all. What is the footfall here? Probably 1,000. So contrast it with 1.6 million over just, and I've been to Stonehenge twice. With all due respect, there is nothing then other than 42 pillars there, half broken. But the marketing and the branding is so powerful that 1.6 million people, I don't think every student in United Kingdom probably has visited it. The site promotes a kind of a national identity and pride amongst the British. This site has the potential of rewriting or correcting many of our historical issues. And what I would like to do is build something like that here, where people can come and actually see some of the excavations. We have been, in the government, in the archaeological survey, I happen to head the archaeology department in Haryana also. We have been living too much in our own very, very close set kind of a confined spaces and all. And we need to open up. Eventually, everything is for the public. And why can't we have something like this at Rakhigadi and other sites? So this is one of the things that I'm planning. Hopefully, let us see, we can get around with the government, rather some of the regulations and not, but some of the things that we are planning here, definitely. As I said, over the years, we've tended to think a lot in terms of only running hotels and all. But in the last 2 years, what we have tried to do is do a cluster approach, develop destinations, a few destinations, and leave the rest to friends. Because if we create tourism magnets, people will come and see, and people will only go and see if you can keep them entertained for an hour, for a day. They are not going to travel to Rakhigadi for 5 hours from Delhi and then spend an hour there and come back. So you need to have your build up this thing so that you can keep them busy for a day and a night at least. Another project that we are doing, which is very interesting, is the Kurukshetra, the Krishna experience, the Jyotisar Experiential Center. Again, this is going to be probably one of the I've seen a lot of museums. This is going to be probably one of the best state-of-the-art AI augmented reality stuff that you're going to see based on our history of the Mahabharata war. So something, again, I wish I could show you the video, but that will again take too much of time. Again, something that Sanjay in fact sold me to is cultural districts. We have large chunks of land and we need to rework this and make it into, there's no point in having more buildings, more glass and steel buildings in Gurgaon and Faridabad. We need to have spaces where a family can go and relax, can spend time aesthetically in a better way. So something that Sanjay has been after me and something that I intend to do, hopefully, is develop at least some areas. Well, the West calls it cultural districts, but that's a name that will not work here. So cultural hubs or whatever. So some of the, where we can have art galleries, we can have open art spaces for people to come and perform, and various creative arts and also. Obviously, these things have to be, there has to be a merge between the commercial aspect as well as the artistic aspect. So these are some of the things that we are planning to do. Another very interesting project and a museum that we're doing is in Lohgarh, that is the Banda Bahadur Memorials. Again, very, very interesting installations and other things that we are planning. Another very big project that you may have heard, of course, is we are trying to set up a 10,000-acre safari park where we will, in the Gurgaon Aravallis, which has the benefit, it will conserve large parts of the Aravallis as well as make it available to the public. Why should, I'm not saying people shouldn't go to the Jurong Bird Park and see, but I can build something better than this, I can hear. So something, again, a very big project that we are planning. And hopefully the stage one we have completed. We have shortlisted 2 international companies for designing, and now they will, both the companies will now enter into a design competition. An artistic impression of what the kind of stuff they would like to do there. Again, not only animals, but also a lot of virtual reality shows and all. You basically, my contention is that you have to get people to come and spend a day. Only then people will come. Nobody's going to come for an hour. I'll leave, well, some of the things that I have pointed out about, and I leave with a very nice, large effect image of a temple in the Aravallis, a temple which is a few hundred years old, the Aravallis which is 3 billion years old. So these are things that we, in the tourism sector of Haryana, we want to do. Obviously, we cannot do a lot of these things without the participation of the private sector. Fortunately, that way, I would say that Haryana has been a very, very open kind of a place, and some of my panelists I'm already in touch with for doing some business together. The rest of the panelists, I hope to interact and make friends even more. Thank you. Without, I hope I've been brief.
Thank you so much, sir. For our next section on India, future destination for MICE tourism and festivals, the session will be moderated by Ms. Sangeeta Barua Pishiroti, journalist, author, and co-founder, Firingoti panelists. The esteemed panelists for the session are Mr. Samit Garg, co-founder and CEO, eFactor, and President, EMA. Mr. Naveen Kundu, Managing Director, eBix Cash. Mr. Jonathan Kennedy, Director, Arts India, British Council. Mr. Chetan Vohra, CEO, Line Communication. And Ms. Anshu Khanna, Founder, Royal Fables.
No, I've got some big ticket photos. He came to Article. आप नहीं आए थे, आपके वो colleagues आए थे.
I now request Sangeeta ma'am to kindly take the session ahead. A very good afternoon to all the audience and the esteemed panelists. Thank God this is not the first post-lunch session, but still there is, this is a session between lunch and tea. So runs the risk of, inducing sleep. But I'll try my best with the help from the panelists to ensure that you sacrifice your 40 wings. So we have an hour to deliberate on the future destinations in India for the MICE. Or 30 minutes? Okay, I'm told it's 30 minutes. And some MICE or meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibition and events industry, and that of festivals. So we'll certainly be able to take some questions from the audience. As you may all know, when it comes to the MICE part of tourism in Asia and in the world in general, India is way below in terms of the size of the market. We do have a decent share when it comes to outbound MICE traffic, but inbound is in a very nascent stage. So, but however, the good news is that the Union Ministry of Tourism post-pandemic has woken up to the long pending demand of the Indian MICE players to try and leverage it by introducing a new brand of India Tourism Meet in India campaign. So in March 2021, the Ministry of Tourism, along with the Madhya Pradesh government and the India Convention Promotion Bureau, organized MICE roadshows under the banner of Meet in India in Khajuraho, thus promoting it as a destination for business travelers. So this new component within the incredible India tourism basket has certainly raised hopes and has opened the possibility of discussing future destinations in India for MICE travelers, which can help perhaps catapult the country to become one of the players of some reckoning in the world MICE map in coming times. So without much ado, let me give a brief introduction of each of the panelists, I think, quickly. I'll begin with you, Samit. Samit Garg, co-founder and CEO of eFactor, and also the president, unopposed as far as I know, of Events and Entertainment Management Association, EMA, which is the leading body of India that brings together a wide range of artists and other players functioning in the ever-growing events and entertainment industry. eFactor Experiences Limited is at the forefront of experiential business. Summit has also been actively working to curate and develop sustainable heritage tourism experiences for the global audience, which includes several national and international IPs and festivals that eFactor operates jointly with various state and central governments. Summit also holds other industry positions, including board member of New Delhi Conventions and Exhibition Bureau, formed under the Ministry of Commerce through ITPO, and director of International Convention of Wedding Fraternity, the mother of all conclaves on the business of weddings. So welcome to the discussion summit. Panelist Naveen Kundu is a known name in luxury tourism space, particularly for promoting MICE, an award-winning hospitality professional with decades of experience in the industry, which includes bringing to India a number of luxuries hotel chains. Naveen is currently the managing director of Ibix Cash Travel Group. He also manages two resorts in Goa and I think near Jim Corbett.
as part of his company, Leisure Co., which is a leading MICE company, competing with global players to render services to top corporates in India and leading brands. He's also the co-chairman of the Domestic Tourism Committee of FICCI. Naveen is also an avid runner and has taken part in over 50 marathons, but that discussion will have to wait for another day. Welcome to the panel discussion, Naveen. Let me briefly introduce you to another panelist, Jonathan Kennedy. He has been Director Arts India at the British Council since 2019, and as inspiring arts leader, there are many feathers in his caps, including major capital redevelopment of Tara Theatre, a one-of-a-kind contemporary and democratic space in Baramati in Maharashtra, that explores through theatre the complexities of the world through South Asian lens. Jonathan was also instrumental in the launch of the Black Theatre Live, a pioneering national touring consortium of 8 regional theatre. He is the trustee of Yellow Earth Theatre, Attic Theatre Company, and Theatre ad Infinitum. So, well, no marks for guessing that Jonathan is a true blue theatre person. Welcome to the discussion, Jonathan. So then we have Anshu Khanna, founder Royal Fables. I have known Anshu as a public relations person for years, and I'd interacted with her during my days as a features journalist with The Hindu. I'm very proud of her journey, and she has been able to carve out a niche. Royal Fables is an exposition that presents art, design, and fashion by Indian royal families. Her company features traditional crafts promoted by several royal courts. In 2018, Anshu was honored by President with the Nari Shakti Puraskar. I'm really looking forward to hear her views on how better can Indian crafts be particularly melded to the MICE and festivals industry. So welcome to the discussion, Anshu. Lastly, let me give a brief intro about panelist Chetan Bora, CEO of Line Communication. Chetan is the man who actually helps celebrate the grandeur of Indian weddings. His venture, Wedding Line, is a well-known name in the business of weddings. Some years ago, in an interview, Chetan had highlighted the consultancy approach of his company while dealing with customers, stating, "We let our clients know that we want their phone book and not their wallet." So Line Communication is also a corporate events company, an important voice to talk on the prospects of MICE in India. So welcome to the deliberation, Chetan. Let me first go to Naveen. I had a different line of questions, but now after the Haryana government officials impressed us with what is the lineup, and we had just a discussion on the possibilities of Gurgaon you're talking about. If you can just share that with our audience before I go anywhere else.
First of all, good afternoon, and thank you very much for having me on this panel. Thank you, Fiki. And what an impressive presentation, Sinha Saab. I mean, I must compliment you and congratulate you for the kind of vision you have. And I'm sure that with your efforts, you will succeed in your endeavor of giving India some spectacular venues across Haryana. I'm a firm believer that, India is a very culturally rich country with a lot of heritage. But what we also have is a lot of infrastructure available now for making India a global hub of MICE and events. For example, I live in Gurgaon and Sinha Saab handles Haryana. And I was just telling him when we were having a discussion offline in the boardroom was Gurgaon itself has the capacity, ability to develop IPs and to get some of the world's largest events into Gurgaon, because Gurgaon today, not just being the Millennium City, I think Gurgaon has a great infrastructure available for handling such conventions. There is absolute, infrastructure. There's nothing lacks in infrastructure in Gurgaon except for a large and big convention center. So if we have to make Gurgaon itself, I mean, India definitely has to become a great global hub. I mean, there is no doubt about it, because MICE is an inclusive tourism. It brings in just about the revolution in economy that we need today to become a $5 trillion and more. And MICE will play, in tourism will play a very important role, and in tourism, MICE will play the biggest role. So what do we do in Gurgaon? Gurgaon has everything available. It has the 5-star hotels, it has economy hotels, it has affordable luxury hotels, it has the malls, it has cultural hubs, it has shopping, it has just about everything but a convention center. So what we need to develop is, and what my request to Mr. Sinha is that whatever we have currently is, can we get and do a convention center in Gurgaon immediately, which could also be a very kind of a temporary structure, which can be done the way the global industry is moving toward convention in terms of marquee setups. But there are 4 C's that we need to now keep in mind when we are now talking, destination India for MICE, is convention centers, which is the key infrastructure, the creativity, creating IPs and developing it and building it. So the creativity is the second C. The third C is connectivity, to ensure that we are well connected. Our convention centers, our convention cities are well connected. And the fourth is communication. Now, whatever we do, communicate it. So at the moment, I see that there are 4 C's required, which I repeat is convention centers, creativity, connectivity, and communication. And once we put all this together, we are already on the path of being a very large global player as far as inbound MICE is concerned and creating IPs in India. The progress is slow, definitely slow. There's no taking back that we've been very slow in this. In fact, the thought process has recently started, but I'm glad it has started. So Gurgaon, I think I will start with Gurgaon, but the whole of India, because my perspective was to make Gurgaon a Gurgaon. We should have actually a Millennium City Convention Bureau, which should have relevant players coming in together and pushing Gurgaon the way Aero City is now doing in Delhi by collaborating with the Dwarka Convention Center. The Aero City itself is becoming a convention hub for India and a gateway hub for India. Gurgaon has the same ability to do that and even more. Thank you.
Samit, I'll bring you in. Okay. Let me bring you in next, Samit. So this is like a baby step that the Ministry of Tourism has taken with this Meet in India campaign. So, but that happened in 2021. So it's been a year now. So how do you see this? How exciting is this step, even if it is like a small step? And how exciting is this? What are your concerns at the moment? And what is the buzz generally also among the IMA members? And I also want to know from you, as someone associated with the Delhi Conventions and Exhibition Bureau, we have now infrastructure like, say, rebuilt Pragati Maidan and all. How these things are going to help contribute to creating India as a MICE hub?
Thank you so much, Sangeeta. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you, Sanjoy. And thank you, sir, for letting me be a part of this panel today. Just about last week, there was another industry convention, a day-long affair where a similar topic was touched upon, and Naveen and me happened to be sitting there. So many things are kind of going to be repeated, but I'm glad that the audience is different, but for 3-4 friends around. I honestly, in today's time and age, and as far as the purpose and objective of what this country has to achieve is concerned, I am not a big fan of baby steps, because that nice time is left behind us. And if you look at it, as Sinha Sahab also mentioned, and all of us are already aware of the fact that we've taken on the presidency for G20. We are hosting the Hockey World Cup again. Pravasi Bharatiya Divas is coming back with full bang into India. It's happening in Madhya Pradesh, in Indore this year. We are taking on the presidency of SCO, and India has won the bid to host the Asian Beach Games. The list is endless. So with all of these things that are already happening to our country, and in Sanjoy's panel proceeding, somebody mentioned that Brand India is already established. So with Brand India having already established itself at a global level, I think what really needs to be done here is to just enable the shortcomings. And those shortcomings are not necessarily in terms of infrastructure at large. I think we have the hotels, we have facilities. Pragati Maidan in its new avatar has already started opening doors. Their new cultural center is an auditorium which is some 3,000 people capacity. It's absolutely fantastic. But unfortunately, it's been taken over by the G20. Will only be given to poor people like us sometime next year in November. But Reliance has opened a beautiful facility in Mumbai. Their cultural center, I think, is something which the world will come to India and see. So availability of infrastructure is there, whether it is hotels, whether it is transportation. Okay, we may not be world class, but let's not forget the fact that all of these international meets that are coming to India, which are being hosted by the government, are resonating India globally. So this does help propagate our cause and do that positively, because worldwide everybody is reading about India practically daily. Because of this summit or because of that summit and because of something else. So, which does induce that confidence amongst people around the world that yes, boss, India is now the in thing, India is a safe place to go to. As far as what really needs to be done on this side of the table is concerned, where leaders like Mr. Sinha and other stakeholders in the government and poor people like Naveen and me and Chetan, we basically need to figure out a strategy where we can comfortably work hand in hand. And as was very ably mentioned by somebody in the last panel, the communication between us is very, very important, because हम लोग silos में बात करते हैं. You make policies and we are not a part of that policy making, despite the fact that we on ground are the people who have to actually follow those policies to implement events. We discuss in closed doors that, okay, this is what the government should be actually doing instead of doing this, but we never reach out to you. हमको आपसे कहना चाहिए कि सर ये ना करके अगर आप ये करेंगे तो शायद बेहतर होगा. So that communication is something which will actually speeden up the whole process, and I think that is what we actually need today. We don't need baby steps, we need to move fast. We know that we are already making noise, we need to make sure that we make more noise, and this is what is effectively going to give us what we want. And if we don't do it in the next 3 years, we will not be able to do it.
Good point. Yeah. So what you're talking about essentially is the synergy that is lacking. Okay. So we'll come to that, and also when we talk more about the G20 thing. And so let me first bring in Jonathan here. Post-pandemic, it's no more the old rules in any industry. So it's the same with MICE and festivals in industry. So can you share with the audience, we were talking about this a little ago, about your rough assessment of the impact of COVID-19, on the creative economy and festivals across India, and how do you see a way out? How do you see a way out? And you had also mentioned to me earlier about the British Council's research on the economic, social, and cultural impact of the Durga Puja, festival in Eastern India. Will tapping such traditional components help Indian festival sector, in its road to recovery?
Thank you, Sangeeta. And first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to speak. I'm really very honoured to be speaking on an amazing panel from the UK perspective on arts and culture festivals. And to address your question of research, when we were invited by the Ministry of Tourism in West Bengal to research the impact of the Durga Puja festival back in 2019, pre-pandemic, the dreamy days before we knew what was to come, we were looking at it segmentally and looking at it in terms of the impact on artists and artisans and livelihoods and employment, but also the pandal makers, the hoteliers, the airlines, all of the infrastructural elements which make up the creative economy of just that one festival. Lighting designers, all of it, so we could really understand what are the implications for the city and its infrastructure, the challenges of the influx, as research told us, of 2.5 million visitors for those 5 to 10 days each year, which actually in terms of livelihoods is 6 months worth of work for artisans in advance of the festival. And in terms of the artisans who work in the festival, is 80% of their annual income. So the data provided the evidence to understand what is the scale of the festival's impact and the opportunity of it in terms of national and international tourism. So all of this data was really integral to understanding all the touch points across different sectors which all benefit and contribute towards the success of the festival. That was back in 2019. But that research has been really formative in how the government is thinking about its festival and how it invests in the city and in the landscape of the city long term. Then we had the pandemic, and everything kind of changed quite radically, including for that festival. And that's when, in the early days of the pandemic, we could see in very small ways on Facebook, theatre companies closing down who've been established for decades in India, artisans really struggling to make a living because everything kind of stopped. Lockdown, no travel, no trade. So we decided to do something that was a bit open-ended, without quite knowing when it would finish because of the pandemic being uncertain. But we committed to doing 3 cycles of research called Taking the Temperature. And we partnered with Vicky and the Artex company in Bangalore, in Mumbai, and SmartCube, who are consultancy based in India and in the UK, in fact. And we looked at the different segments of arts and culture. So I looked at it in a kind of UK model, but I adapted it to India because India has very different scales and very different segments. So publishing, broadcast, festivals, performing arts, so the music industry, crafts is exponentially bigger in India than it is in the UK. Hence the amazing magnet that is Suraj Kund Mela. I looked at all of these segments to really understand in the first 6 months what's been the impact, a year later and 18 months later, what's been that substantial change that has come about because of the impact of the pandemic. Some of the key findings that many of you in the room will know because you are those organizations is that 88% of the arts and culture sector in India are MSMEs. They're the lifeblood of the sector, the small and the mid-scale, the entrepreneurs who actually form the engine room of the culture sector. But that at the end of the pandemic, that whole sector across all those segments was 26% smaller than at the start of it. So in terms of the contribution of the arts and culture sector to GDP nationally, we saw it change from 2.5% to 1.5%. That's pretty major. So how we now look at recovery and change and the roadmap for the future, especially with the G20 lens being on India, it's really important to think about how can the research be a useful tool to think about how public-private partnerships, governments, the different governments with culture in their mandate, because there are 14 different governments who hold culture in the mandate. MSME, culture, tourism, handloom, textiles, all of whom have a vested interest in the success of the culture sector in India. And really, if I would make suggest a thought, is for a creative industries cross-government department working group that looks at all of these areas, because it's all there to play for. Absolutely, the wealth and the breadth and the depth of India's culture in its heritage, in its crafts, and in its contemporary arts, in AI and gaming and VR, it's astonishing. But because it's so disparate, because it's all in different departments, it's quite complicated to understand the impact of it. But actually, it's all there to play for. And I would say that's the G20 could be that moment when really these things start to come together.
So here he is also talking about the synergy
Yeah.
that you had pointed out. So I'll go to Anshu next. He had talked about these traditional components like festivals, from India, how they can be brought in. How do you see creative industry players like you who's also in a very niche space, benefiting from this India's effort at posing itself as me kind of a MICE player or a MICE destination. Do you have any destination in mind which you think can blend well with business tourism? Because the West had always celebrated this whole Indian royalty and, looked at the Indian royal life as with awe, its weaves and crafts. So how much of it are we tapping and where do you see possibilities?
So I'm quite enamored with all the conversation here because it's all business, and the commerce. But where I come from, I'm working very closely with almost 50 royal families, mostly the women, where we've helped them revive the culture of palace karkhanas. So these women used to quietly work in their palaces. They didn't know how to come out. They were too shy, and most of them were very happy in their own world. So we've pulled them out. So we've helped the Princess of Kishangarh to revive miniature art. We've helped the Kangra to revive Pahari paintings, block printing, but done in such a way that they work with women within their palaces. So this is a culture which they call palace karkhanas. So as of now, I have been doing two things very actively. One is creating beautiful markets for them to sell, where buyers of such markets come in. And yes, we've also associated ourselves with events in the past. Like we went to Incredible India in Thailand, and we also went to Morocco once to do something with the royal family there. But it's very niche. The other thing while I was working with them is I realized that like all our kitchens, their kitchens are very different. So like Jammu and Kashmir kitchen will not be Vazwan. It'll be Dogri, it'll be Vazwan, it'll be Nepalese because Dr. Karan Singh's wife is a Nepalese. It'll be Maratha because the son's wife is a Maratha from Gwalior. So we've started this brand called Kitchen of the Kings, and we are trying to do pop-ups there. But when we talk about MICE, I keep meeting most of these people run small, beautiful hotels, very, very beautifully run by families. So now what I'm trying to do when we talk about MICE is typically people they'll come to Delhi, they'll go to Agra, they'll stay at the best hotel there, they'll go to Jodhpur, they'll live in the, Rambagh, the typical circuits. But we are trying to tell them when you're there, go and have a meal with the royal family, go and see what they are doing. So I have created at this point of time, it's all on paper. Projects like us are always looking for money, and people like us don't know how to ask for money, so we are stuck. But I have a list of about 50 families who have really unique experiences which can truly give you an idea of what history and heritage of India is. It's all good to talk about malls and shoppings and all that, but history and heritage has to go in hand in hand, and that should lead to tourism as well. So we've that's what I'm working on.
Okay, right. So that's the X factor that you're talking about, which can be actually sold. When we look at it in Jaipur, as like that, whatever could be sold perhaps been done already. But what you're talking about is a new area.
And Rajasthan really is the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Royal
Correct.
India. There are so many more royals in Awadh, in Madhya Pradesh, which people don't even know about, honestly. The South, so many stories which are not told, so many fables.
And you talked about food, you see.
Yes.
Food is like if you look at the Indian map, the kind of food that we get, the
Yes.
diversity, that
And when you
itself
go
is such
to a particular kitchen, it's more exciting because it's very diverse.
Yeah, we have to explore all of that. Yeah. Okay, I'll come to Chetan. Weddings, of course, they promote destinations, and India is expanding in that sector. So, if you can highlight for us what more can be done to leverage that industry, A, and B, also you are also a part of the corporate events industry. So what are your suggestions, okay, for this and at this moment, because we're just taking that step as I talked about. What do we need to look at the moment? What are your concerns, and what is your expectation from the government?
Thank you. So let me come to weddings first. The first thing that we have to address is the mindset in people's minds. When we get approached as wedding planners or event planners, the first thing is it's always a budget. It's always something they come back and say that, what are you getting for this money? and then invariably they turn around and say, let's go to an international destination, because there's a value proposition in their minds that is so preset. They realize that if you're spending this kind of money, why don't we go to, I was in Dubai all of last week, and we're doing a whole series of events there, and the clients are from India, and but at the same budget they would possibly get a good hotel in India, but they want to do it outside because the value proposition in their minds as a trend to tell their guests that they're taking them out to a destination wedding is there. Now, coming to destination weddings, I think those of us, Summit's industry senior of ours, and the kind of weddings that we've all seen and done, it's always, when we go to faraway destinations, Morocco, or it's in Middle East or anywhere, you come back and realize that India's got some fantastic destinations on their own. I mean, Odisha is a partner in this particular program. It's really funny that we keep going to Thailand for its beaches, and we don't realize that that we have spectacular beaches, completely unexplored. Whether you have the wildlife, whether you all of that, everything is available in this country. It's, I think, our own value proposition, our own minds that holds us back. We have not giving Jonathan too much credit on the panel, but we have this huge hangover from the British era, and we feel that everything that is outside is presented on a platter is there. The irony of the whole thing is that we even take our chefs from here because the food is not up to our standard. So we have to take our chefs, we have to take our hospitality people, we have to take the planners, and then you have to take some real great creative people to go and set up these sets. But everything is available in India. But what's holding us back is something that I've always asked myself. I sit on the wedding council at EMA with Summit, and we realized that these are perceptions that we have to really change, and that's where, so you were mentioning that there's this whole private partnership and public-private partnership that we need to. I think there are more forums like this that are needed, that we can get involved and we can put that. So if we can change the value proposition in our own heads, that's one big thing that is there. Coming to events, how you change it, it's not just corporate events, because it all comes down to, again, what is the infrastructure available, what are the logistics available, what is the hospitality available. I think if there are a bouquet of more events that are encouraged to happen. Today, the youth lives on Instagram. Everybody realizes that. I had my daughters 3 days ago very excitedly telling me that there's a Korean group that they follow that is playing in Abu Dhabi in January, K-pop. And K-pop, and there was a whole thing that we promised there's going to be no more Christmas presents and no more birthday presents for the rest of our lives if you can take us to this concert. And I realized that if you have global bands that are really trending in the youth of tomorrow, they're not the youth of today, but they're going to be the ones tomorrow. In a few years, they're the ones who are going to be influencing all decisions. Where do you want to go for a holiday? Where do you want to go for which event do you want to? We've realized that if these events can happen here, and why can't a K-pop band be brought into Gurgaon, for example? And why can't that happen? Because they've actually got a full house of people wanting to go there. And on those particular dates that I did do my research, my secretary came back and said fares are already ridiculous, because obviously people are going and tickets are high because they realize the Indian youth is someone that is doing. So there has to be a bouquet of a whole lot of things. I couldn't help but actually realize when you were presenting Gurgaon and Haryana as an entire thing. Now, there's an international television series called the Great Race, and most of us have seen it. India's an ideal example for the Great Race. Why can't governments like Haryana exactly get up and say that? Many years ago in our corporate careers, Microsoft used to do something like that, and they did it in Goa, where they took various people across from corporate houses and they battled it out. All those corporate houses today are based in Gurgaon. Why can't we get all of them together? Between Naveen and Samit and me, you've got 3 great event planners. We'll set it up for you. But the idea is to actually promote it into a far bigger scape than what it already exists. We've kind of got blinded by the fact that India is a cultural hub. We're very proud of it. We're definitely proud of it. And I think the attraction to a lot of people coming in, on one side is culture, but on the other side also is what's tomorrow. That can culture be presented in tandem with a world facility like anywhere else, because the cities we go to in the West or in the Middle East have their culture. But what are you seeing? You're seeing a building. I wouldn't dream about wanting to do an event or a wedding celebration at a museum, for example. And we've tried that in the past and been shooed away by the guard itself, not even got to the office. But that's exactly what's happened when people come back and say we can do it. That money that we're contributing goes to the upkeep of the museum. But anywhere else in the world, all this is available to you. And I think that mindset really needs to change. And if that happens, then we've got a story to talk about.
Thank you.
So why don't we actually propose to Sinha Sahib to actually have announce that festival in Gurgaon, and let's get it done.
You know, I want to
plan happens.
I want to just
session and we will
interject here. Chetan, one of the most popular K-pop groups called Black Swan is probably going to come and perform at the opening ceremony of the Hockey World Cup, because one of the 4 girls in that group is a Nuria.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And also I want to add, also I want to add about the K-pop thing. You know, Northeast has been attracting K-pop groups for quite some time. So please go there too. Yes, sir.
I think the idea, I really like the idea of this formation that you're talking about, what Microsoft did in Goa and all. I think you people can come together. I can assure you that, well, my government will be faster than you. Actually. I think the other thing, the other thing that I'm frankly speaking, I have found the private sector to be very slow, actually, in several proposals that is happening. But anyway, let's not get into that. But the other thing is that we already thinking of an international festival. It has taken us 40 years to build up Surajkund into a crafts festival. So we are already working at something which I call India Fest @75, and I want to continue it till 100. So we are already working on something like that. Let's see what comes out of it.
The Surajkund itself that you built is a fantastic property which can be linked up with other festivals that can be great.
What you were talking about actually is what we are planning is, of course, a cultural thing, that is performing arts.
Yeah.
Various it can be theater, obviously music is there. So a 3-day festival. We are working on that. In fact, we have interacted many times. Last year we started, but it's not worked out. But something that I'm very keen on. Let's see.
Okay, my next question is about to Samit and Naveen. We are talking about, I've been hearing since morning about the G20 presidency, and so it's been really looked forward to as, you know, the great watershed moment. Will it actually be? You know, I mean, like when we in the 80s, people had talked about the Asian Games, how it changed Delhi and all that. And that same enthusiasm was actually shown in the run up to the Commonwealth Games. And we didn't see much of that. So, क्या सच में अमृत काल आने वाला है? Samit, Naveen.
What does Amrit Kal mean? So I don't know.
Google it.
You know, no. So jokes apart, one event like this is not going to bring about an Amrit Kal. But yeah, I think yes. So it will definitely bring about a change in the mindset. Mindset, what Chetan was talking about. Foundation as a word with Naveen just, made a reference of, because what happened when Asian Games came to India was that all of a sudden there was a lot of infrastructure that was built, because Delhi needed that infrastructure to be able to host the games. So the story of Delhi flyover started then, obviously the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, etc. Commonwealth, a lot of this was already there, but a lot of peripheral infrastructure was brought about because of the Commonwealth Games. India was already, between 1982 and 2010, 28 years is a lot of gap. So we had all of that. G20 is not about Delhi or not. It's not about the Bangalore, Hyderabad, Mumbai. That's what I'm saying. So here the meetings across the different levels, so there are 4 different categories of meetings which will travel to, as of now, 55 cities, maybe 75 if the government gets lucky. So that being the plan, a lot of other cities will see a lot of positive development and change, because hotels are being made ready, convention facilities are being made ready. And I was a part of that meeting that happened on the 4th of June, which was convened by the Honorable CIM, where his vision statement was that out of the 190 meetings that have to happen, I wish that only one meeting happens in Delhi. All the other 189 meetings go to 189 destinations across the country, so that we can showcase India to the world. But when they started, shortlisting the cities, they realized that then on the 4th of June, only 37 cities were shortlisted, because those were the cities they thought have the necessary infrastructure, connectivity, etc., etc. But now the number is 55. So coming back, I don't know about the Amrit Kal, but definitely leave aside the metros. A lot of other cities where the G20 meetings are going will see a lot of positive change. That's for sure. That's my take on it. Naveen, to you.
So you see, G20 will not be a game changer, but it'll change the game.
Okay.
Okay. It'll not be a game changer, but it'll change the game. G20 will test India's ability and capability to host such sessions, but it will at the same time also showcase India in its true reality. So G20 is definitely going to be a key indicator of where India goes from here.
Very good.
If we can do our job properly, this can be the biggest opportunity. It can also be a biggest threat. So as I said, it's not going to be a game changer. It'll change the game. It's going to test India, but it'll showcase India. It's a key indicator. If we do our job properly, I think this will become a game changer.
So it's an opportunity. Yeah, it's a great opportunity. Jonathan, my next question is to you. There are a lot of these states, couple of states now. Gujarat also we saw last year, started a MICE policy. There's Kerala we hear, there's Orissa, Bengal you talked about. So British Council is also doing something with festivals from India, isn't it? With Orissa. So you can just tell us, how you're projecting India, through festivals outside.
Sure. So we launched earlier this year an online platform called Festivals from India. And it was to do 2 things, really. One was to develop the business of festivals for festival managers. So there's a whole load of free resources on the platform around business planning and connections and networks. Some using resources that we've developed with Edinburgh Napier University, with festivals. It's a kind of skilling platform to help develop the business management of festivals. We know the festivals artistically are abundant, but how do you ensure it's going to continue after your first, second, third, fourth edition, when we know that also most festival managements are small? The infrastructural challenges for small companies is there. So it's partly to help develop the network, share learnings across festivals, and develop the business skills of festivals. And then the other is to showcase festivals. Festivals who have a minimum digital footprint can now be on the platform, no cost, and it's a way of reaching a new audience. At the moment, we have over 200 festivals on the platform. We know that's just scratching the surface at the minute, and there's many, many more that we are working to make sure are on the platform. And you can search it by month, by state, by art form. So Odisha, currently there are 3 festivals on the platform, still to come before Christmas. So it's a kind of destination portal for national and international tourism. We hope it'll also become something like that, in the way that Incredible India is also in that same territory. So it's about showcasing India, showcasing the international approach of India. So when we have some of our own projects that were part of British Council's India UK Together Season of Culture to mark India's 75th anniversary, We've also got festivals on there with UK partnerships. So again, we can share that international dimension. Festivals are outward looking. They deal with the contemporary and they deal with the traditional, and all are welcome on the platform.
I want to ask Chetan, we are all talking about G20, SCO, and all of this whole international thing and being very ambitious. But something that we also need to look at is the air quality. A lot of people that you talk to, like also ask you generally if you are from Delhi, Delhi air pollution, so it's a huge thing. How do you think that it's the time that the government needs to even look at that very seriously? Like we've seen what Haryana, the presentation, all that is great, but what about the air quality?
So again, I think before the air quality became a problem, there were issues about safety and security.
Correct.
We've had issues where every time we said, "Oh, India," and they said, it's not safe for women. I've been asked that on multiple international forums. Every time we've gone out, we've invited people to say, "Why don't you come back?" They are associates of us across. It's always been, "Oh my God," and especially if you're in Delhi or you're in the NCR, it's not safe. There's a reality and there's a perception again, right? And we're not saying that, I'm not getting into what are the numbers and what are all of that. Yes, the air quality is an issue. I think it's a much bigger problem that most of us actually look at. I've been a vintage car collector all my life, and for a few years were very vociferous against the government and said, how can you go ahead and ban us from using our old cars? These are various things, until a lot of us realize that is the future. Electric is the future, and we've quietly just embraced that and gone ahead and said that is the process. There are many more factors that contribute to the air quality. Quite honestly, I'm not the right person to be addressing this on that, so I'll refrain from making any blasphemous comments here. But the idea is that, yes, I think overall, again, it goes into the perception of the country. If you want to come in here, you want to be able to breathe. And with all of this that we are doing, we will need some kind of a drastic measure to actually put it out to say that, we have an AQI that is permissible across global standards.
Okay, thank you. So,
can I just add?
Yes.
Of course, I'm not trying to defend anything here, but and air pollution affects me equally. But today, the most polluted city today is Motihari in Bihar. What kind of industry has Motihari? Nothing. So pollution is it's a problem in the entire North India, not only in the NCR.
It's a problem in the world, actually.
Especially during this season, and because of
the idea is can we sell that and say it's a problem?
No, not at all.
I think that's
nobody's saying pollution is good. It affects me also. So, but
we underplay.
Yeah.
We overplay.
No, we need to put in address it. Number one. Number two. I was chief conservator for Gurgaon for 5 years, and every citizen used to come and tell me, I want to fell this tree. The tree in front of my house has to be felled. The neighbor's tree is not to be felled. As a citizen, we talk about it. As a person, we don't follow anything. Government. I used to have, after that, I refused the felling permission, then the MP will phone up, then the MLA will phone up, then the minister will phone up. How many times do you not say no to people? So, as a nation, we talk, we don't do. We don't follow.
I'm glad it's coming from a
Shame, actually. On that note, I would open the forum for any questions from the audience, if there's any. John, the one you wanted to make a point.
I was just going to actually use an example of where a festival is actually changing the game, actually, in terms of the environment. So we've just had some partners from Wales going to Arunachal Pradesh to zero festivals. And the challenge of getting there is quite hard, just because the travel is complicated. But once you are there, the festival's infrastructure is made of bamboo, the staging, it's all super eco and environmentally sustainable. So there are amazing examples of innovation using traditional techniques. Of course, there's power supply for electrics and so forth. And again, a really important part of the festival was the safety of women there. because you're camping, there's all kinds of safety and security needs to be taken care of to consider. But the festival is really doing it. So I think there are amazing examples of where India is at the forefront of some of this work. And we should just learn from what's here.
Thank you. Yeah. So any questions? Yeah.
My question is to Mr. I'm Anu Jindal. I'm artist curator. My question is to Mr. Sinha. And it's a wonderful, very encouraging, very empowering speech you've given. I'm very happy to hear of all this happening. I'd like to know more about the Aravali Protection Project. And there's a lot of heritage monuments, at least in the Delhi side of the Aravalis. So can you tell us a little bit more of that, please?
Well, you're talking about the Aravalis are two issues. One, of course, is the conservation from the green point of view. And one, of course, you're talking about probably the petroglyphs that have been found there. Which part do you want me to talk about?
Both, actually.
That's a long conversation. I've been associated with the fight to save the Aravalis for the last 20 years. I think the Supreme Court more or less has settled the issue now. Many of us have struggled with it. So with the recent judgment of the Supreme Court, the triple bench judgment, more or less the issue has been settled. Most of the Aravalis have, well, the sections closed under the PLPA have been declared as forest areas. So that should solve the problems to a large extent. Barring the colonized area, I must say people don't realize that the areas under the forest department, even today in the Aravalis, are 90% secure. And the forest department has been fighting a battle to save it vis-a-vis our own government. Supreme Court fortunately has now settled it. Hopefully that should solve the problem to some extent, but then again, as I said, it is the public who owns a few acres of land there who create the problems really. As far as the cultural petroglyphs that have been found recently in Mangar, Kot, Silakheri and other place, see, people tend to jump the gun. Of course, I would like to definitely, I now head the archaeology department also. So the initial proposal from the archaeology department was to close 5,000 hectares, that is 12,000 acres, 12,500 acres of land. It is not possible. These lands are, large parts of these lands are private lands. So you just can't close it. Administration is the art of the possible, not of the impossible. So we need to, in fact, yesterday only I was talking to my archaeologist, chief archaeologist, and saying that first of all, get it assessed. How old are they? She was telling me that they are 100,000 years old. Now the presence of hominids in the country is only 65, 75,000 years old. So they can't be 100,000 years old. So we tend to be very, very vociferous, but we will be doing an assessment of this, and if some of the areas need to be closed, yes, we will do that. Okay, but we need to be scientific about it, not jingoistic about it.
Like a solar, there have been encroachments, it seems. A solar sanctuary.
I think that's not pertinent to this discussion. So let me not bore other people with that.
Can I ask, please? No, mine is not a question, it's a solution. Don't build concrete jungles, build jungles. That's all. Go retro. Let's live in thatched roofs.
Okay.
And cars should be rationed. No cars. Go by road, go on cycles, go on tongas, that's it. They are the solutions I suggest.
We are nearly running out of time, and I did have one last question for Samit, so maybe should I? Just 30-second answer, if you can. It's about, the internal, the mice industry, the mice market in India is big. Okay, how do we, how can we mobilize that? Now, post-COVID, we were seeing a lot of this domestic travel happening. Okay, people who would otherwise go out were actually looking for Indian destinations within. So how can we mobilize that?
It's already mobilized, Sangeeta. And the other day I had pegged a number of 39,000 crores being the size of the mice business in India. And Naveen all of a sudden jumped on the table to correct me that, sorry, Samit, it's now 50,000 crores plus. So we've been growing, and if all goes well in the way business has been coming back, I think we should be something in the region of 65,000 crores in the next calendar year. So we are already on our way back, and we've actually crossed the 2019 numbers. I think what we really now need to do is, but most of this is domestic business. We are now talking, and our endeavor is to attract internationalized business into the country, which is where I think the right partnership between government and us is actually really needed, and it is needed fast, because we need to go out there and make noise, because business just doesn't come like this. You need to create strategies, you need to give them incentives, you need to publicize, you need to approach the right doors at the right time, and all of that cannot be done in silos. The government can't do it independently, and we can't do it independently. So this is where I think most of the effort really needs to be made. That's my point, as I said earlier as well.
Thank you.
So it's a communication between government and the private sector together.
Yes.
Project India as the next nice destination.
Great. So it is that cohesiveness that is required, and
You have to communicate together.
that's the
What is
communication, and that's the point we end it. And thank you very much. So thanks all the panelists.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Everyone is requested to kindly stay seated as we have a special address post the session. We now have with us Shri Advait Garnayak, Director General, National Gallery of Modern Art and Vice President, Indian Council for Cultural Relations. I'd like to invite upon stage Shri Advait Garnayak, Director General, National Gallery of Modern Art and Vice President, Indian Council for Cultural Relations. I kindly request Mr. Sanjoy Roy to felicitate Shri Advait Garnayak. Thank you, sir. May I now request Shri Advait Garnayak, Director General, National Gallery of Modern Art and Vice President, Indian Council for Cultural Relations for the special address.
Pranam.
Can I speak in Hindi? एक्चुअल मैंने सुबह से भी मैंने सुना है, बहुत कुछ चीज यहाँ पर डिस्कशन हुआ, और जो रियल चीज हम ऊपर देख के आए, जो वर्कशॉप चल रहे हैं जिसके लिए हम डिस्कशन यहाँ पर कर रहे हैं, वो आर्टिस्ट लोग से मैंने मिला कर उनसे भी काफी बात किया कि भाई, क्योंकि आर्टिस्ट कभी बात नहीं करता है, प्रॉब्लम में वही शुरू होता है, वो एक्सप्रेस नहीं कर पाता है अपना चीज को। और इस तरीका मैंने एक छोटा सा वर्कशॉप झारखंड में किया था। बिशनपुर एक जगह है जहां पर ये सारी ढोकरा आर्टिस्ट को बुलाया था। तो वो इंदिरा आवास बनाए थे, उनको फ्री में हम मटेरियल, स्टूडियो सब कुछ दिए, खाना पीना सब कुछ बंदोबस्त किया। करीब 2 महीना मैंने काम किया। तो 2 महीना का बाद देखा कि एक एक व्यक्ति भाग रहे। तो मेरे को अजीब सा लगा, भाई सब कुछ सुविधा आपके लिए हमने किया है, फिर भी क्या प्रॉब्लम है। वो इतने बड़ी बात बताया मेरे को, सबको साहब बोलते हो, साहब आपने अच्छा काम किया, लेकिन यहां पर मैं पागल हो गया, मेरा हाथ नहीं चला, जो वॉक्स में धागा लगाता था वो भी नहीं चला। वो मेरा जो गांव है ना, मेरा जो घर है, वहां पर जो पेड़ है ना, वो मेरे को बताता था कैसे चलाना। वहां पर जो रिवर है, वहां पर जो स्काई है, वहां पर जो जानवर है, वो लोग मेरे को बताते। यहाँ तो इस तरह का कुछ एटमॉस्फेयर नहीं है। तो आपने वर्कशॉप कराया, सब कुछ कराया, लेकिन मेरा हाथ तो नहीं चला। 2 महीना तक आप जैसे बताया, मैंने ऐसे कोशिश किया काम करने के लिए, लेकिन उसका बाद जो एसेंस है ना, वो उसको नहीं मिला। तो एक थिन लेयर होता है जहां पर कि हम लोग मार्केटिंग और जो एसेंस का बात कर रहा हूं, जो कि एक वो एक्चुअली मैंने बताया कि तुमको अगर पैसा नहीं मिलेगा फिर कैसे चलोगे। वो बताया कि 2-4 महीना मेरा छोटा सा खेती है, उसमें काम कर लेता हूं, और ये जंगल मेरे को 5-6 महीना चला लेता है। मतलब इतना कॉन्फिडेंस उन लोग का अंदर है, वो मैं तो सरप्राइज हो गया। तो हमको कुछ भी चीज हम तैयार करना है तो दोनों को देख के तैयार करना है। पहले भी अभी फोटो पेंटिंग का वर्कशॉप चल रहे हैं, उनसे भी मैंने बात किया। वहां पर जब जगन्नाथ का तबीयत खराब हो जाता है तो उस टाइम फोटो पेंटिंग बनता है, वो भी मार्केटिंग, क्योंकि कोई भी बाहर से आएगा जगन्नाथ को दर्शन नहीं कर सकता, तो इसलिए वो फोटो खरीद करके वो लेगा, तो उसके लिए स्पेशल बनाते थे। और ऐसे भी मैंने गांव में देखा कि जो लड़की का भी शादी होता है ना, वो गांव का शादी होता है, और वहां पर कोई मिट्टी में, कोई लकड़ी में, कोई बांबू में, कोई कपड़ा भी बनाता है ना, उसको पता है मैरिज सेरेमनी में कौन सा कपड़ा होना चाहिए, कौन सा कलर होना चाहिए, सारी डिटेल उनको पता है। एक सिस्टम कल्चर का साथ हम जुड़े थे। आजकल इवेंट मैनेजमेंट वाला चले जाता है गांव तक, टेंट हाउस लगा देते हैं, सारी खत्म। एक्चुअली किस तरफ हम कहाँ जोड़ना है हमको भी समझना चाहिए, कि कल्चर का साथ रहें, कि मार्केटिंग करें, कि आर्टिस्ट को समझे। और इतना मैं 5-6 साल से एनजीएम में काम कर रहा हूँ, हम लोग शुरू किया कि भाई कम से कम कंटेम्पररी आर्टिस्ट और जो इंडिजिनस आर्टिस्ट दोनों तो साथ में बैठो, वो भी नहीं होता है। दोनों को प्यार कराना हम थोड़ा शुरू किया था। चंडीगढ़ में एक कला कुंभ बनाए थे, उड़ीसा में करीब 1000 आर्टिस्ट को इकट्ठी किया था। तो वो लोग साथ में बैठने के लिए भी नाराज है। तो एक जो हमारी जो आप नंदलाल बोस का काम भी देखते हैं, जो उस टाइम वो कोशिश किए थे शांति निकेतन में, कि हमारी चीज को कैसे रिवाइव करेंगे, हम कहाँ जा रहे हैं, हम क्या कर रहे हैं। उस टाइम स्पिरिचुअल का साथ विवेकानंद जी का साथ डिस्कस हो रहे हैं, और गुरु जी किस तरीका एटमॉस्फेयर शांति निकेतन में तैयार कर रहे हैं, और किस तरीका हम हमारे चीज को रिवाइव कर सकते हैं। लेकिन उसको बोले तुम अजंता एलोरा जाओ, और उस टाइम गांधी जी भी लीड कर रहे थे। गांधी जी उनको चिट्ठी लिख रहे, आपको झाड़ू लगाना आता है। नंदलाल बोस को गांधी जी चिट्ठी लिख रहे, झाड़ू लगाते हैं तो कर्व में लगाते हैं ना स्ट्रेट लगाते हैं, पहले झाड़ के आगे लेते हैं ना बाद में झाड़ते हैं। इतने छोटी छोटी चीज एक्चुअली अभी इस तरीका हमारे साथ तालमेल बैठाने के लिए भी बहुत कम लोग हैं, जो कि दोनों को हम मैरिज करा सकते, वो भी एक पार्ट है। और जो अभी जो फॉर पेंटिंग से मैं एक्चुअली उनका साथ भी काफ़ी हम चंडीगढ़ में काम किए। तो एक जो घर होता है ना, उड़ीसा में भी काफ़ी, मैं उड़ीसा से हूँ इसलिए उड़ीसा का ज़्यादा एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ कि इस तरह का एक सिस्टम होता है कि जो कुम्हार होता है ना, वो उसका मिट्टी का बर्तन को गांव में इतना अच्छी तरह से यूज करते हैं, टूटता नहीं है। तो इसलिए वो लोग क्या करते थे, किसका देहांत हो जाएगा कि किसका घर में एक बेबी आ गया तो बर्तन को तोड़ देते। तोड़ने का कोई मतलब नहीं, उसको काम मिलेगा। मतलब किस तरह का हम सिस्टम बनाए थे कि अपना होगा। तो ये सारी सिस्टम को हमको देखना पड़ेगा कि हम कहाँ टच कर सकते और किस तरह का हम उसको वो ऐसे उठा के ले आएंगे कि हम मार्केटिंग करना, ये करना। जैसे मैं भी 5-6 साल से पागल हो रहा हूँ और यहाँ तो पूरा पागल हो गया क्योंकि शहर ऐसे जगह है। तो हम यहाँ जो देखते हैं ना, एक्चुअली अभी प्रधानमंत्री जी अच्छा काम किए, खेलो इंडिया बनाए। तो छोटे छोटे शहर से वो शुरू किए, वो छोटे छोटे। एक्चुअली हमारी तो देख, मैं म्यूजियम से हूँ, म्यूजियम कल्चर जीरो है हमारे इंडिया में, इस तरह का कोई सिस्टम भी नहीं है। छोटे छोटे शहर में तो, बड़े बड़े शहर में भी म्यूजियम मिलना बहुत मुश्किल है। और इस तरीका कि खेलो इंडिया जैसे बने छोटे छोटे शहर से भी हमारे उड़ीसा से काफी बच्चे आए जो कि ओलंपिक तक पहुंचे। तो हमारा अंदर में वो टैलेंट है, लेकिन उस तरह का एटमोस्फेयर नहीं। हम उनको कैसे, छोटे शहर में कैसे मैं बुलाऊं तो दिल्ली बुलाओ तो पागल हो जाते हैं। इंडिया गेट अगर एनजीएम का अंदर बुलाओ तो डर, अरे सिक्योरिटी सैल्यूट करता है, वो इसे घबरा जाता है, अरे उसका अंदर जाऊं कि नहीं जाऊं, क्या बात है। क्योंकि एक वेलकम एटमोस्फेयर भी नहीं है ना। और हमको शुरू करना है तो छोटे छोटे शहर से हमको शुरू करना पड़ेगा, वहां से। और यहाँ से बना के वहां कुछ भेज देते हैं ना, वो उल्टी होता है। तो इसीलिए हमको वहां से शुरू करना पड़ेगा। वहां एक्चुअली वो कारीगर लोग मेरे को अच्छी पता है कि एक उनको लाल किला में भी काफी हम लोग मदद किए हमारे मिनिस्ट्री तरफ से कि किस तरह का हम कारीगर को बुलाएंगे, वहां पर सारी तैयार करेंगे। लेकिन मैंने पता भाई वो उसका अंदर कैसे रुकेगा, क्या करेगा। अभी एक्चुअली हम तो पहले से सारी खेती बाड़ी करते थे। हम जितना भी कारीगर से सब पूछे, आधा टाइम हम खेती बाड़ी करते हैं और थोड़ा सा टाइम में हम अपना मस्ती में काम करते थे। धीरे धीरे उसको, वो एनआईडी से जब उड़ीसा में आए ना एनआईडी वाले, मेरा घर में जो बोल बनता था वो बोल नहीं है आजकल। वो 1 लाख पीस इसको चाहिए, उसको मोल बना लेता है वो, बस वो बोल भी यहाँ खत्म हो जाता है। तो ये सारी प्रॉब्लम मैंने 6 साल से झेला है, इसलिए आप लोगों को सारी बताया, मेरे को चांस मिला कि आप लोगों को बताने के लिए। लेकिन उसका ऊपर सीरियस चर्चा होना चाहिए, सीरियस वर्कशॉप मतलब स्टूडियो रिलेटेड वर्कशॉप मतलब यही, मतलब बिना पानी में मछली जैसा वर्कशॉप नहीं होना चाहिए। इस तरह का कुछ एटमॉस्फेयर हो जो कि रियल वर्कशॉप हो, उसको फील करना। तो फिर हम दोनों को शादी करा सकते और मार्केटिंग अपना आप होगा। जब जुड़ेंगे नहीं, आप जितना भी फॉर्मूला डालेंगे A+होल² करके, वो काम नहीं करेगा। आपको जुड़ना पड़ेगा। कैसे जुड़ सकते, वो अपना आप चलना चाहिए, फोर्सफुली नहीं होगा। क्योंकि कारीगर लोग मेरे को बता 6 साल से काफी भी मैं मेहनत कर रहा हूँ। तो इसलिए रियल चीज को हमको स्टडी करना और उसका ऊपर काम करना। धन्यवाद जी।
Thank you so much, sir. With sir's heart-touching speech, we have almost wrapped up all our sessions for the day. But before wrapping up, we have a small video to showcase. Thank you so much everyone for joining us. We now request everyone to kindly join us on the Indigenous Arts workshops ongoing on the 3rd floor.